a bit because, and this map is driving me nuts. Is okay, hold on. Wait, yeah. Oh. Okay, guys, message if you guys can't hear me, just send me a message. Send a message to the chat or, um, yeah. Okay, all right. So we are good. It's hard to do this with uh, just two computers. All right. So the hurricane is expected to maintain Category 1 status for the rest of the night. We have, I hate this map. We have eye wall here, about 35 miles across. So our strongest winds are right in the center here. This is possibly going to pass right over Hawaii Ocean View section, the very bottom part of Hawaii. Again, the winds will be strongest up in the mountains and maybe around that eye wall area, but this is not a wind event. This is going to be a rain event. So what's going to happen is that um, this hurricane is slowing down, and that is because it is probably going to be taking a little bit of a northward path. It's going to move over. It's going to come up this way. Let me just draw it real quick. It's going to come up this way. It's slowing, and then it's going to take a little bit of a turn like this. And we can get into the reasoning behind that in a little bit, but it is slowing, and that is going to be an issue for excessive rain. The rain is going to continue to fall. If we want to take and get an idea of rainfall amounts so far, this is storm accumulation. This is an idea by radar estimates, and some of these numbers are already starting to get pretty big. Yeah, so we're looking at about 7 inches of rain that's already fallen in areas of north of Volcano. And this is in the last 3 hours. This is about, yeah, some areas getting 3 inches of rain already in the last 3 hours. And in the last hour, over almost 2 inches of rain. This is 2 inches of rain per hour right now. So we are starting to get some of those serious bands coming through. And this is going to be our main concern for the event. So we are starting to see those main bands come through. The eye is about, let's see, I want to see how far we're talking in miles from the coast. Let's just say it's 40 something miles off the coast. So that is expected to go a little bit northwest. We have we're going to have the mountains that are going to be exacerbating the winds, but they're also going to be creating a little bit of a low pressure system off of the other side of the mountains. And what that low pressure system is going to do is it's going to hook the hurricane kind of northwest. So it's also going to slow it a bit. So that is one thing that we're really concerned about because the rain is already starting to pile up. It is hard to get an exact a really good radar presentation of this. I want to give you an idea of its overall size, but because of the way the radars are set up, they have to put together 3 different radars and try to put them into one. And with the mountains blocking it, it's hard to get an exact idea. But here's what we're looking at right here. It's starting to really impact most of the island. On the west side of the Big Island, you're having 22, I believe this is knots, winds. 31 on the east side, and we're even getting 40 knot winds over here in, I would think that this is Maui, if I'm not mistaken. But the winds are starting to absolutely pick up, and the rainfall amounts are picking up like crazy. We can take a quick look at some cameras. Why not? Let's take a look at what it looks like out there while I just exit a couple things out. Yeah, 1 second. So let me just do this and then the helo cam. And here is the current look of the situation in helo. Again, a lot of rain. Wind doesn't look that bad, but with the winds, it all depends on the bands. When the bands come through, that's when you get your extreme wind gusts. We are also not talking about winds that are going to be blowing trees, off. Maybe some obvious, some damage, but not complete devastation via winds. The devastation is going to be from the rain, which you can see in this camera view here. Visibility is low. Rain is really coming down. I want to show you another camera view from Hilo, and this is from meteorologist Jennifer Graves, I believe. Let me just make sure I get her name right because she has been kind enough to share her information. And 1 second, I'm sorry. Uh, yeah, yeah, I'm sorry, Jennifer Myers. Yep. So meteorologist Jennifer Myers has been kind enough to allow, and we will tag her in this. She has a live video going in Hilo, Hawaii. So, and looks like there may be a glitch in it. Maybe it's not live at the moment, but you could see. Yeah, it looks like. Oh, there you go. Okay, so the waves are starting to increase a bit, and you can hear the wind starting to really pick up. Wave heights out in the ocean were recorded at about 30 to 40 feet from some of the buoys. So those waves are starting to come in, and you can really see some of the surge starting to move in slowly but surely. I could tell you within the last hour, these white caps were not there about an hour ago. So we are having an increase in wind speed, and we're having basically the conditions are starting to deteriorate pretty fast on the east side of the island, and it's going to be covering the entire island pretty shortly here. Let me just get one more view. There it is. Yep. So you can kind of see, again, this is a radar mosaic. It's putting all the radars together and trying to give you an idea of what is going on. And it looks like just about the entire state of the big island of Hawaii is engulfed. We have torrential rain over here on the northeast side by Hilo, and we have plenty of winds. If we take a look at the Hilo information again, I'm using this as my main default location because it is so close to the expectation for the most rain. Yeah, they're getting 5/10 of an inch every 5 minutes. Look at these are 5 minute numbers, and you see 0.48 backed up to 0.54. This is some pretty heavy rainfall. 1 second. Yeah, so we are in the midst of it, and I am going to take a look at. Okay, so we do have. I'm going to keep keeping a look. I got I got to keep an eye on. Yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on the radar and all of the warnings that are coming up, and I want to bring Kyle in if Kyle is there right now.
Yep. Just was letting you get through all that, and I was.
Yeah. Sorry about the technical difficulties.
No, you guys are fine. Hey, that's part of the gig. You guys did good getting through it. So yeah, it looks like rain is going to be massive concern.
Kyle, what do you think of a 900 and what do we have here? 988 millibar pressure, 75 mile an hour winds, about 50 to 60 miles off the coast of Hawaii. I mean, this is pretty unprecedented stuff.
Yeah, I mean, when I look at this on radar, it has all of the signatures of a storm that's going to definitely cause havoc on that southeastern side. I mean, as you guys see, the wind just erodes into those mountains. The mountains just it's crazy how much land can play Velcro to a hurricane. And I've been in 4 major hurricanes, Cat 4 or 5, that I was right on the beach for the rawest laminar winds. And there's no way to describe how the feeling, it's such a unique experience. So to have raw laminar winds at anywhere from 2,000 to 12,000 feet, I can only imagine the roofs that are going to get peeled off. Because you guys got to understand, as soon as you get away from anything that's touristy, it almost immediately goes into, the quality of build gets very minimal the farther off the beaten trail you get. And nobody in the lifetime of a lot of that construction has seen a hurricane of this magnitude. So the damage I expect to see is going to be quite a few roofs missing. And then what happens is once the roofs get popped off, you've just got, I mean, what are we talking about? 25? Are we still on track for 25 inches of rain?
Yes. Yep.
My goodness.
They're already at 7 to 8 inches in some areas. Yeah.
Yeah. So imagine you get any roof, and you don't even have to lose your roof. You can just have holes in your roofs, and that amount of water coming in is going to do massive damage to a house. So to give you an idea, I'm still going to houses in my other job and seeing structures that were ruined in the hurricane here 3 years ago now. No, 2 years ago. when Milton hit here.
Yeah.
And so imagine, Hawaii's got the infrastructure there is very minimal outside. Once you get outside of, what's the major city there? I apologize. I don't
Hilo?
have. Yeah. Once you get outside of Hilo, it immediately, and the farther south you get where the big hills are, that's where the infrastructure is the weakest. So the weakest part of the island is about to see the hardest part of the storm. That's
Now
not good.
I I had mentioned that I don't, and I could be wrong because I don't know the type of terrain when it comes to like types of trees. So you have palm trees that are really good in hurricanes, but I don't know. Do they have? Is it all palm trees on this side of Hawaii? Are they going to be able to withstand the winds? Are we going to have devastating branches and trees uprooted and things like that?
Well,
What?
believe it or not, the higher elevations actually don't even have much for trees at all,
Mhm.
if any. But you're going to have really big deciduous trees. They've got everything over there. I mean, they don't have obviously the big evergreens like you'd see in Oregon or Washington, but they've got just, I mean, banyan trees, if you guys have seen those. Um, the part I worry the most about is the terrain is so, I mean, you can go for the topography maps there. And I know it's quick on you to pull it up, but if at some point we can start mixing topography maps into this, you'll
Absolutely.
see. You got, oh, okay. Sorry, guys. 1 second. I'll have my radar or my phone back in front of me. Yeah. So you'll find that those super high topography drops, that's where the flooding is going to be just, I mean, life threatening from the word. You said we're at 7.5 inches in some places
Some of the areas are 7.5 inches on the east side. Yep. Near
per hour
Volcano. No,
or
seven
total.
inches total, but 2.5
Total.
inches an
Okay.
hour is falling now. Two
Yeah.
and a half.
See, that's too much. That's
Yeah.
massively too. I mean, so in the next 6 threatening.
Yeah.
Yeah, you good? You good there, RJ?
You get, yeah.
Hey, you know what? Let's. Oh, nobody can. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
Okay. So, guys, just real quick, nobody knows what we're talking about now that RJ spilled the beans on that. I want to just go around the horn real quick. Let's pause on this hurricane coverage and just give you we have an awesome engineer behind the scenes, RJ, who's in our ear telling us what good, bad, up, down, left, right, and indifferent, which is awesome. So bear with us as we work out some of these technical small difficulties. As this page has grown throughout the years, we're now to a point where, I mean, what do we got, guys? 7, 8 forecasters and meteorologists now that are going to be intermittently coming in. Going forward, we're going to have this style, along with obviously our chasers, but we don't have any chasers out in Hawaii at this time. So unfortunately, we're not able to bring any live coverage other than webcams and the young lady you said, Anthony, who was the lady that you shared earlier?
Yeah. I have to get that name. So,
Okay.
yeah, that's correct. That's the name. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So if you guys hear us kind of like talking to ourselves during the stream, we are talking to the producer RJ. It's, when it comes to these live, quick, basically, emergency broadcast kind of things, we're just going on the fly right now. We'll get this all settled better at one point, but right now we're just trying to do it on the fly because we want to bring you the coverage as accurately, as quickly as possible, show you the storms as they're coming in. So again, we're working on that technical side of it, but we've come a long way. We've come a long way in the last
Yes, we have.
week. Just week. I mean,
not even.
we've never even done a live stream like this before, an emergency coverage of storms. It's usually been storm chasers that we're following. So we're just trying to start a new chapter in this tornado tackler group, and that's bringing you live coverage and updates on information. So that's what we're gonna keep doing.
I'm excited. I'm excited to have every night have coverage, chasers in the field, forecasters and meteorologists in our remote, or excuse me, virtual headquarters, and just keeping the coverage the best we can. So
it's just amazing that we can do this right now with me in New Jersey, RJ in the Pittsburgh area, you in Florida. We have people in Texas. We have people in Oklahoma, Kansas. we all come together and we can bring this coverage. It really is
It's
great that we're able to do it. It take
technology is amazing.
So let's see. Did we get any new forecast discussions? 21 disease. I don't. Was that you? Was that Kyle's background there? That was
No,
noisy. Oh, never mind. All right. So we are looking at still a hurricane. It's moving at 7 knots. So it is slowing down. And again, that is part of the thing I was talking about before. This is not ideal, but it was forecasted that this hurricane, the center of it here, it's going to stall out a bit, and then it's going to kind of stop and turn northwest, most likely. They said erratic behavior is expected because of this possible little bit of a low pressure system that may form a little low off of the mountains. You have the winds coming from the northeast to the southwest across the mountains. They're going to, go down slope the mountains. It's a whole meteorological kind of phenomenon kind of thing. It happens with the Rocky Mountains all the time. It's called Lee, Lee cyclogenesis, Lee troughing. So we can have some sort of troughing going on the Captain Cook area of Hawaii, which will pull the storm sort of northwest, but it will stall for a little bit while it's doing that, and that's going to bring even more bands of rain. I mean, these are some big, strong bands of rain right here. Let's go back to another 1 hour accumulation total, and we can take a look at some of the numbers that are coming up. 2 inches an hour. And actually, I did see, let me just check one thing, that a flash flood warning was in effect, obviously, but they had nice details in that warning. Here we go. So flash flood warning for the entire eastern half of the Big Island. Doppler radar indicated heavy bands from Hurricane Lala moving onshore across windward and southeast Big Island. Additional heavy rain bands are anticipated over the next few hours, especially across the Kau and Puna district. Radar estimates rainfall of 1 to 2.5 inches per hour. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. It says small creeks, streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as poor drainage and low-lying areas will be impacted. Some locations to experience flash flooding are Hilo, Hawaiian Paradise Park, Kapau, Honoka, Volcano, Glenwood, Mountain View, Hawaii Volcano National Park, Wood Valley, Hawaiian Acres, and Kiau. Also, it says turn around, don't drown. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. You can't get out of your car. Kyle, tell us about that. I mean, people think that a car is a safe place to be during and we are getting reports the power's already out in the Hilo area. We just got a report. So that didn't take long. Their wind gusts were, they're pushing 40, and it's been yeah, there you go. The gusts are going up 36, 32, 38. Yeah. So the winds are starting to really take off. So Kyle, tell me about, when it comes to this kind of flooding, you unfortunately were in Helene, and you saw what happens with terrain and with water amounts. I mean, that was just 30 something inches. That was unprecedented, and it was also in an area that is just unprecedented.
So think about that. 30 inches, and they're forecasted to get 25. I mean, Helene was of absolute. It's now, I mean, of our generation, it forever changed how we look at mountainous terrain. 300 miles inland, getting the hurricane as well, and you asked about how are the vehicles. So here's the part that people just do not understand. Your wheels are inflated with lots of air. You immediately become buoyant. The second you lose the moment scientifically you go from being grounded to buoyant, you've lost all control of the vehicle that in a split second. So now you're at the behest of the current. And I've had this happen. I will admit, I'll tell a quick story. In Kansas, before I was a professional storm chaser, before I was ever found on the internet, I drove through a flash flood in Independence, Kansas on the way back, and I got washed away. And luckily, it was literally, guys, it was ankle deep water. But as soon as my car broke contact with it, I got washed away about 30 yards, luckily right up against where dirt had mounded up, and I had a front wheel drive car, and I got so lucky to drive out of it. And it immediately, it was like a baptism by fire coming from the Northwest where we've never seen a flash flood in our life. So you're going to, again, I go back to this being generational. I know this is long winded, but you're going to have people that are going to be like, I can drive through this. And then all of a sudden the torrent of water and flooding and tropical storms and hurricanes hits differently. I just like the wind hits differently. The water hits differently. And it's at a velocity that most people have never seen. So, yeah, that's what they're going to contend with. Hopefully, people, we get enough word out, and people don't test Mother Nature.
Yep. So we're getting that. I mean, it's just, your car is not a safe place to be during a storm like this. You do not drive through the water. You don't float. This is not chitty chitty bang bang. You are going to go right under. This car weighs too much. Right under to float. So this is a live camera from Hilo. We had received report that power outages are happening in Hilo already, at least 45 mile an hour gusts, possibly greater, and the rain is really starting to pick up in that area. I do wish we had a traffic camera, but I don't have one at this time. But that is all right. We are again seeing those bands just. I mean, look behind it. There's no break. You're gonna have band after band after band, and if I just go back 2 or 3 hours, you could these are precipitation rates of 1 to 3 inches an hour, and there's no break in those bands. It's just gonna keep on rolling while the storm is moving at 9 miles an hour. I believe was the most.
Oh, the thing's crawling. That is when you told me it slowed down. That's the worst news they could get right now is that thing is just not thing. Lala, her is just, she's just literally taking her sweet time going down the street. And you could see in that picture of Hilo when it zoomed in for a second, it's just sheets of rain. If it's not zoomed in, you'd almost be.
Oh, yeah.
It's nonstop. It could fill a glass in 5 minutes when you're, I should do this. It just hit me as I'm talking about it. I'm going to take a glass with me in my next hurricane and show people
how fast it fills up.
I was going into condos, right, that are completely enclosed. Like there's no way. And they were flooding down the stairs, 2 to 3 inches of standing water. And this is just from water blowing in. Like no way that rains. Yeah, it's insane what hurricanes can. It moves water in any direction. It's truly a wild wonder of Mother Nature.
And I wanted to, like you were saying, I mean, we're looking at this area, and when you zoom out, it doesn't do it justice. This, if I zoom in and I show you this area, and I say that this area is, 20 miles across, we're talking like if we look at let's just go to one of our regular National Weather Service severe thunderstorm warnings. Okay, we're gonna go over to Colorado. Now look how small this is. That. So like you got this little blip here, and you got this here, but then you go back over there, and it's like that, but it's 20, 30, and maybe, I mean, I only did this little sample size. Sorry, I'm trying to find Hawaii again. And a little sample size of how large and how big these bands of rain are. Let's see if I can just do this again. So,
gosh, and this thing is just it literally is going to hit Hawaii perfectly if you were a storm chaser. That northeast eye wall is going to disintegrate in Pahala. By the way, I have a friend that lives in that valley between Volcano and Pahala.
Might have to be giving that person a call.
Oh, I think I would be honest. I bet they evacuated. I haven't had a chance to talk. And what time is it there now?
What are we, -6? So it's 11:30 a.m. Yep. 11:30 a.m.
So noon. Oh boy.
Yep. So here we are. The winds, if you just look, they from in the last hour, 10:20 in the morning, it was 14 miles per hour. Now it's 24 miles an hour with 40 mile per hour gusts. And these are getting pretty sustained. We're getting mostly sustained. And this is, I gotta say, while this is an airport on sort of on the coast there, it is not all that close to, let me just get the radar locations if I can do radar. This airport is, and of course that's not working. Where is it? One sec. Okay. The airport it's using is up. Where the heck is it? Down here? Okay. Anyway, the airport's not all that close, and it is. It's the winds are probably stronger on the coast. I was taking a look here at the velocity scans, and while this is a few thousand feet in the air, you're getting some numbers showing up in the 90s. Now, I don't think that there's 90-mile-an-hour gusts right now at the beach, at the shore. If we look at regular velocity, you still got 60, 70 mile an hour right on the coast, but and that's a few thousand feet in the air. But you can assume that there are 60-mile-an-hour gusts going on here. There's our radar site. So it is pretty close to the radar site. Sorry about that. And 60-mile-an-hour gusts not too far away. And this is the bands, and we are still talking that the eye is down here about, let's see here, about 50 miles from the radar site. So this will continue to move up. It'll continue to spin and just bring all of this torrential rain. I feel like you could pretty much do a accumulation check every 5 minutes, and it's going to be increasing.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
It's gonna, it's just the speed of which this rain is coming down. Let's just take a look. So this is a 1 hour total. And we have, I just have to get used to this. There we go. Okay, 1 hour, 1.76 inches in an hour. 1.7, okay. And that's, gonna be going on. There's 7.5 inches there. 7 inches north of Volcano, 7.8 for the whole storm total so far. And in the last 3 hours, some of those rainfall totals have been over 4. So this is gonna be going on for pretty much the rest of the night. Into tomorrow, and the main winds should be coming within the next, I would say, now through the next 6 to 8 to 10
hours. I was going to say 6 hours.
Yeah,
but now that it's slowed down, how long is the slowdown supposed to last?
I have to take a look at the National Hurricane Center's little cone, and we have, I don't know why I did a static image. Hold on 1 second. Sorry, interactive.
RJ, has my audio been clean, or can you hear me cooking burgers? Okay.
So there it is. At 11 a.m. there was your center there, and it looks like. I thought this was 8 a.m. Sunday. It's going to be over. So yeah, between now and tomorrow morning is when you're going to have the worst of the winds. They're expecting this to drop back down to a tropical storm. It looks like by tonight. Yeah, it looks like by tonight, but that doesn't matter. Again, we're not talking about
a
Category 5 or anything like that. We're talking about
the water,
a big rainmaker. And again, Helene, when it made its landfall, when it was over North Carolina, was it a tropical storm? Was it a tropical depression? I can't remember because it didn't matter.
I have to go back. No, yeah, it was a tropical. It was probably it might have been under all that, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know because the winds were pretty. They were there, but that's a great question. I don't know. It was such a blur because we were. Is this not the time to go down Helene Row, or do you want to hear it? Is this?
You go ahead. Go ahead.
All
I'm just going to keep showing some images of what I'm seeing.
Okay, so when we chased Helene, it came screaming over us at like 27 miles. I think it actually exited at 29 miles an hour at one point. I don't know if it was consistent, but it was the fastest hurricane I'd ever had by a country mile. Usually there's somewhere in between. I want to say one of them was like 5 miles an hour, and then anywhere in between there, right? So once it went over, it literally just sat and hit that Fujihara effect and grabbed all that moisture from both the Gulf and the Atlantic, and then it just sat still. And I can tell you from my experience, when it hit, there was nobody at all was talking inland. Matter of fact, one storm chaser, famous, I'll even say Jeff Petrowski. We talked to Jeff, and it was on live stream, and he said, "I'm actually not going. I don't want to be here for landfall, I think it's too dangerous. And that would have been there's a lot of people because that area is incredibly hard to get down to the actual beach. And so he wanted to be back in Georgia. Well, in the end, the bulk of the devastation and destruction came, as you saw, more inland. I mean, Florida certainly got hurt. Cedar Keys got turned upside down. Horseshoe Beach got turned upside down. I mean, brutal. I walked all those towns and there was literally nothing left. It looked like Hiroshima. And but again, very small, tiny, either former fishing communities, most of them retirees from the South. Very, very small population.
Yeah.
Similar to where this is in Hawaii. And I don't know if I'm deviating from your question on Helene, but it's the moisture. It's areas that are not prone to that much. Listen, Helene will forever be a scar and a hurt for this page. I mean, I've said it before, and this is probably the first time I've said it in this setting back to our audience. But I mean, it was like going to a morgue every day on this page. And to put it in perspective, we're big enough that we were getting messages from people stranded in the hilltop saying, I've got 7% of battery life. I can't get into it. No one's coming to help us. We have nothing. Can you please share our location, share our this, share our that? We're out of water. Dude, it was so heart-wrenching every day to come into this space. And I'm telling you, it's not that it's going to be on that same side with Hawaii, but somebody will go through some of the same plight on a much smaller scale. But I promise you, somebody in those hills are going to be cut off, that have no transportation, no way, and that's where you start seeing the heart-wrenching stories. And this is just the socioeconomics of it, is folks with little to no means are the ones that are in the most peril situations. Yeah. So that's what it is in a nutshell.
I saw while you were talking, I was thinking about water runoff and all that, and I'm looking at this video. This is pretty scary. So I'm trying to get an idea of exactly where, and if somebody knows, they can tell us. But I'm looking over here on the right side. This appears, so this is looking towards downtown Hilo, from over Hilo Bay. And if you look on the right side, look at that water rushing underneath of that bridge. And if I go back a couple hours, it's not as significant, but that water is really building up under that bridge fast. And trying to get an idea of exactly where it was. It looks like it's probably this river over here. I just had it a second ago, and there it is. Nope, that's not it. Sorry. The Wailuku River. I'm assuming that's the Wailuku River, and it's going underneath of this bridge here on Highway 19. But that is definitely, you're just seeing the water start to run down and run back into the ocean. You can see the waves starting to pick up, and you see these swells here, these bumps all along, and it's starting to get pretty bad over there. I want to take a look again at some more of the observations around the area. Let's see here. These websites are a little bit rusty when it comes to their ability. So we have 35 stuff, 35 knot. I'm saying knots, and I'm just want to be sure that I'm right. Let's say 40 mile an hour winds. Okay, 40 mile an hour gusts in Hilo. On the west side of Hawaii, you actually have 23 to 27 mile an hour winds, and you have 1.5 mile visibility in Hilo. We'll take a look at that in a second. So your center is right over here. Still moving pretty close. It's getting closer. It is getting closer to an official landfall. If you look at the trajectory there, it is not far from the island. I'll measure that out in a minute. And I moved out too far. I want to take a look at some of the other islands. Don't want to forget this. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is this Maui? I always forget I think this is Maui, the second island here.
Yeah, second island's Maui. That's
Maui,
correct.
Okay. So 40 mile an hour gusts right now. And it looks like I just wanted to get more information on it, but I guess I can't right now. One sec.
What's the warning? What's the NWS put out? And I'm sorry, I should have studied this more before I got on air with you.
No, sorry. For what?
For what's the NWS putting out for warning? I mean, I saw the flood warning.
Oh yeah, so they have a flood warning and a hurricane warning. 1 second. So we have our hurricane warning. I mean, everything here. You have peak winds 35, 45 miles an hour, gusts of 60. Uh, Window for tropical storm winds until early Sunday morning. Okay, let me just make sure I clicked the right section. Hold on 1 second. Let me try something else. I think the warning is different on different areas. Sorry. Okay, this is not going to give me the information.
Is Dean in here with us?
I think he is.
Is it just,
There you go. Okay, that's better. Latest local forecast.
I just wanted to jump in here.
Yeah, please.
Dean, what are you seeing that's sticking out to you as landfall is becoming imminent here in the eye walls?
I'm actually on the USGS river. I'm watching their rain gauge. That last shot that he was looking at through the bridge. August 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th.
There we go.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Do I need to start over? I already started real quick. I was looking at the river gauges. Okay. And the 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th, and 14th, the discharge was around 10 feet per second. As of 14th and the 15th, it is almost off the chart at 5,000.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Yeah, that'll give you. See if I can.
So we're about to bring you guys footage here of somebody in the Big Island that is experiencing power outages. Thank you, RJ. That is
How do I?
Bahoa.
Okay. Download. Let's see here. 1 second. I want to share.
And I do have some power outage information too, if y'all want that.
Well, you go for it.
Yep. On Hawaii County, they're currently at 510,000 people tracked. They have 22,000 without power right now.
22,000. Okay.
Yep.
I am just trying to share this, and I'm having a little bit of an issue. So just give me a sec here.
And Maui County, they actually have the same. No, they have about 8,000 people without power, so they're getting power outages there as well.
It's not giving me the share option here.
Hey guys, sorry I'm late.
It's okay.
Oh, Jessica. No, you're not late at all.
Jessica.
Everybody welcome Jessica in.
Hi.
Jessica's here, and I want to get her idea of what's going on.
Yeah, jump on in here. Dean was just giving an update. Go ahead.
I mean, I've just been looking at the wind that's coming in and watching how that's affecting everybody. It's funny because I came in right when Dean was talking about the power outages, and I had been looking at outage maps and my numbers were different. His are dramatically higher than mine. And so I'm like, well, what was I looking at? Anyway, so I'd love his source.
I was using poweroutage.com.
Okay. I've got hawaiielectric.com, so maybe I'm just looking at one. Maybe
I had looked at those previous, and I don't know how updated those are now.
Okay.
Can somebody message me the video? Because it'll be easier for me to do that from my screen. Can you send it can you, actually, I could probably do it myself. Let me just see here. Yeah, just send it over to me in a DM on Facebook and I'll pull it up. Is that possible? Yeah.
Maybe. He says maybe.
Yeah. All right. So anyway, while we're waiting for the video to come up, did we get any more? Oh yeah. Any more alerts? I haven't been, if you guys hear more alerts, I think they're updating it every hour now. It still looks like let me just see here. Forecast advisory, most recent one, 7 knots. It's now moving at 7 knots.
Wow, this thing is just crawling.
Yeah.
This is actually really bad.
988. Yeah. So there was something on the hurricane warning there I wanted to read. There you go. And we do have winds 40. It says peak wind forecast 45 to 60 miles an hour, gusts 85 miles an hour, and we'll go potential for 74 to 110 mile per hour gusts. The wind threat has remained nearly stationary, or nearly steady for the previous assessment. Plan for life-threatening wind of equivalent Cat 1 or Cat 2 hurricane force last minute. Preparation solely focused on protecting life. The area remains subject to considerable wind damage. Now is the time to shelter from life-threatening wind. Okay, this is, I guess the window is closed on any sort of evacuation or going to the store and getting your supplies.
No, you're done. You're done.
Now,
Yeah.
let me just take a look at something real quick, and I think that I can show this video. Couple of videos. Okay, so here's some videos from, is it CC Adcock? CC
Crystal.
Crystal Adcock is sending
Yep.
some videos in, and I'm just playing them from my Facebook because that's the only way I can do it right now. So you can see the wind gusts coming through. And yeah, it is starting to, starting to blow over there. That's tropical, man. Look at that. That looks like Florida.
It does.
It does, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And the rain is really starting to come down off that, off those, off the houses. You can see that couple inches an hour.
But
So
I have a stupid little storm coming at me right now too. I don't know if you guys can hear the thunder.
yeah.
I could not.
Cannot. Okay.
Cannot.
Well, I have these the noise head canceling.
Okay. All right.
Nice. Jessica,
So-
just so you know, RJ is muted. He's engineered just in our ears, so the audience cannot hear him.
Okay.
Just so you're aware. So
Okay.
we're all live. He is not.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I know.
I know
Yeah.
RJ's about to have an aneurysm with you playing private
Wow.
messages.
Yeah.
Look at that view. So this is what I wanted to talk about earlier, guys. Look at those waves.
Yeah,
Look at
this
these
is-
waves. Those
this
are
is like a-
huge waves.
And they're at low tide right now.
Thank
Low tide
goodness.
is right now, and then it's peak low tide at this moment, and then it should start coming back in. And high
Oof.
tide is at like 5:54 this evening.
Oh, that's going to be scary, guys.
Yeah.
Because those waves are they? When are they going to start going down? Do you guys know?
Not
I
until
don't
tomorrow. They should
think-
be
yeah.
8 to 12 feet on east. So, okay, I'm looking at a surf forecast, and on east facing shores, right now they're looking at, it says avoid swimming, 10 to 15 foot waves through this evening. And that starts to die down tomorrow, but tomorrow morning they should still be 8 to 12 feet. And then in the afternoon, 6 to 8 feet. And that's on the east facing shores.
That's on the east. So that's the worst spot.
Right.
So let me ask you this,
Yeah.
Jessica. What are your thoughts on peak 5 p.m. today, high tide with 25-foot waves? I mean, are we going to see stuff splashing up on condos? You've seen those videos, right, in the past?
I have
when they
seen
did-
those. I have seen those, but I'm not sure what the I'm not sure what the infrastructure is like on that side of the island up along the coast. I mean, because you've got those peaks there, and there's also a big park over there too. So I don't
It's very weird. It's not as nearly developed as the other side.
right. And that
and-
might be beneficial with that being the case.
Could be.
Because certainly it's going to be a concern.
So the I see. This is why our team is so great. I'm sorry. I just have to say real quick. Jessica's looking at peak tides, and go ahead, Jessica. Keep talking because you're doing good.
Well, okay, so west and south facing shores, they say use caution about being in the water. On south facing shores for today, you're looking at 4 to 6 foot waves through this evening. And then tomorrow, they actually in the morning are a little bit bigger, 5 to 7. And then in the evening, 4 to 6, that's south facing. West facing, also use caution, 3 to 5 foot waves today through this evening. And the same tomorrow. So the conditions today on west facing shores should be the same for tomorrow. That's projected at this time. And then north facing shores, lower energy, 1 to 3 foot waves all day today, 1 to 3 foot waves tomorrow. So the biggest concern is the east facing shores. But you still want to be careful on south and west facing shores as well.
There will be a tourist who will go out, or a local that will go out and challenge Mother Nature. And
Or
unfortunately, or a surfer, I'd like to think that they would actually be the smartest ones about it and respect it, but there's always somebody, right? And there's a half dozen storm chasers over there that I'm sure will be pushing. What's
you
that?
know, and when you're dealing with a hurricane, it's not just big waves that are coming in from some shore. From some storm that's offshore. You're talking about dealing with the winds of a hurricane, the rain of a hurricane, all right there at the same time as the big waves. So that adds an element of danger that you don't have when you've just got swells moving in from some offshore storm, that you're not feeling the impact of the storm itself. You know what I mean? This is totally different.
Exactly. You nailed that.
That wind is atrocious right now.
So it'll be interesting to see. The next 4 hours are going to really tell us a lot. What are they saying that the Hurricane Lala is going to be doing over the next 4 hours?
right here. Let's see. 74 to 110 mile an hour gusts. It says 4 to 8 inches of rain, locally higher amounts. This is just for one section. Major flash flooding. Let's see here. Emergency plan should be okay. Let's see. A major rainfall prompt many evacuations and rescues. Rivers and tributaries are going to rapidly overflow their banks in multiple places: streams, creeks, canals, arroyos. Mountain areas, destructive runoff. Who's going to run into valleys, increasing susceptibility to rock slides, mudslides. So yeah, at least 4 to 8, maybe more inches. And they're saying also a potential for a few tornadoes. We haven't talked about that.
That was always my wonder. The lower end hurricanes / high end tropical storms will put down copious amounts of tornadoes.
Especially
And
on the
even though
northeast
it's
side, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's where the top's spinning the hardest. So I was curious what your guys is. Let's go around the horn on this. Jessica, right back at you. Where would you think?
I would have to answer that question. I would have to take a deep dive into looking at that, looking specifically for that element of storm danger. Because
Would you mind tackling that little task while we continue on here? And
I can do that.
Okay. All right. We'll let Jessica do her deep dive on that.
All right.
Moving this back over. Dean, are you there?
Yes, I'm still here.
What has changed since we chatted just 20 minutes ago on the rate?
Yeah, I heard Anthony talk about in that that outlook of runoff, and you would have to help me pronounce it. Is it Waialuku, the river?
Yeah.
What was the name of the river? Okay.
Yeah.
So upstream, the discharge currently is around 4,000 cubic feet per second. Downstream, kind of near where that image where the bridge was, is now up to 23,000 cubic feet per second.
Gee, many crits. So how much of a gain is that? Sorry. Short.
So minus the force, so you have almost 18,000 cubic feet difference between the two stations of how much water is being collected and funneled into one area.
And that's just over how much time now? I'm just doing some short.
I was just doing the distance. I would have to measure out how far down and upstream these two are apart, but the gauges are both consistently up from their average of about 2 feet. They're over the 10-foot mark at this point.
Oh, wow. So they're already in flood stage.
And then pretty much all of them have daily highs for this time of year, obviously, and most of them are increasing at a rate of about 4,000 cubic feet per hour.
Of water, just massive amounts of water coming in. All right, well, while you continue on that, Jessica's on that. So we've got one tackler on the rain, another one looking at which most likely bands of potential tornado yielding winds. This is what we do, guys. This is what the visions come true. We have very highly educated folks jumping on each little tidbit of details that we're looking over here. Thank you guys again. Anthony, going back to you. Take it away. Oh, good.
So,
Is this the newest video or is this on loop? Okay. All right, Anthony, go ahead and let them know what the audience is seeing.
Yeah, so they're seeing the waves. I mean, they're seeing the force of this water coming up. You can just see it's coming fast and it's starting to really swell. It's starting to hit those rocks hard. You can see the wind gusts and all the trees and all the bushes. It's really quite a spectacle. I mean, it's going to get worse too. This is just the first few bands coming through. So yeah, I would say that 1 to 3 foot surge is not going to be under that. I wouldn't think. Yeah. So these waves are pretty dangerous and erratic with all the hitting all the rocks and everything and changing directions and all that. But yeah, not good stuff.
It is going to be a situation. So guys, so we give the best coverage here. It is good. So let's, I'm going to step away for a quick dinner hour. I'm on the East Coast. Jessica, let me see. Anthony, you're probably going to need to eat next. Is that correct?
Yes, I'll be going shortly, like a half hour or so.
Okay, perfect. I'll take a half hour off. You and I'll switch, and then it'll be dinner hour, an hour after that, I'm sure, out in Texas for Jessica. RJ, I don't know where you're going to be at. Try to slot everybody's family hours accordingly here, but give everybody the best coverage we can. So I'll bounce out for now, and I'll be back in about 30.
All right, sounds great, Mal. Thanks. Okay. Yep. So that was that video that we just saw was again. You can just see the intensification of the waves, and you can see how I mean they're coming up closer and closer. They're coming closer to the videotaping, and it's getting pretty bad. We also have
me and Jess are gonna break off.
We have the flow again from the river coming through, and this flow is coming through so strong that you really can see it pushing back up against the waves that are coming in. You know, this river here is filling quickly, and it is causing it's almost stronger than the flow of the waves coming in shore. So again, let's start from the beginning again. See if there's any update on the storm itself. And we have 988 millibar pressure. It's moving northwest at 8 miles per hour, 75 mile an hour winds. I don't have any information on the gusts at this time. However, we can look at some of the airport numbers, and the gusts are at least 33 miles an hour. Some of them have reached 40, and we have, outrageous rain. Let's see here. This is 1 hour. Yeah, they're approaching at least 3 inches of rain over here in Hilo. We'll take a look over at the radar again. These are some of the wind ideas, and we were looking at 50 miles per hour down at the coasts for some of the gusts that are coming through. We're going to look at some more of the numbers. Let's get this off. And let's look at some more precipitation numbers. 1 hour accumulation. This is just going to keep going up. We have over 2 inch an hour rainfall rates still happening north of the volcano and Forest area. We can move up a little further and get the next radar site. It's going to be a little messy, but 1.5. Let's just see what it's saying on the north side up here. 1 second. Nope, not working. Okay, let's go back down here. Yep, and we still have a couple areas over 2 inches. I thought there was a radar set up here. That's okay. And flash flooding already happening. We've seen the cameras. We're going to go to this camera now. It's showing the rain coming down. Again, the winds you can't tell the winds from this picture, but you can see those winds on the rocks and on those waves in the video that we just showed a minute or two ago. And you can also see the winds. Yep, look at that. Great, yeah. So let's show we're going to show that. Yep. Then there's those waves, crashing up against the rocks, all white capped, all getting stronger, and just the wind is just blowing in. I'm sure that spray is pretty rough, and this is all deteriorated in the last couple of hours very quickly. Those rocks are getting covered. Those rocks were visible, I believe, in the last in that last video, and it is just moving in fast. Even though the storm surge isn't the number one concern, it is still a concern. Waves, of course, are going to be a concern. and rainfall is the number one concern. So we are going to take a look more at this. And we just have these bands, these yellow areas. These are rainfall rates of 1 to 3 inches an hour, possibly. We have heavy rain at the Hilo airport, and we have heavy rain on the west side too. So the entire Big Island is getting hit pretty hard. We even have some rain showing up in Maui now, and winds of at least 40 miles an hour. The center. Let's get a better view if we can. Radar here. All right, so the eye. I mean, we're talking. I don't know where you would say okay, let's say where the eye starts, right? Let's just say here. So we are now 32 miles away and moving closer. And a couple hours ago it was, yeah, this is moving much closer. I mean, let's go over the last hour, 2 hours. Here's where it was. Landfall would be the top part, and you can see this eye is moving into closer to land, and it is taking much more of a north-northwest track. It's moving slow. Your bands are always going to be strongest on your north side. When I take a look at this reflectivity here, whoops, sorry, I don't see anything indicating climatic issues right now, but that is such it's an afterthought when it comes to a tropical setup like this, because you're not really, your tornadoes are going to be short-lived and not strong, but also the mountain, the topography is so crazy over here that you're looking at. You could look up at a spin up anywhere between any of these hills, between any of these mountains. All it has to do is take the wrong deflection and spin something up. I didn't see anything for water spouts either yet, but that's, again, not really the concern. The concern is the rain, the mudslides, and some of these views are pretty crazy. I keep looking over here at this bridge, and what I see is just tons of water. I mean, it's getting higher and higher. I'm going to go back a couple hours here. Again, this is from meteorologist Jennifer Myers. She allowed us to, us people to view this. We will tag her for allowing us to use this. But this is her view of across Hilo Bay toward Hilo, and I believe that's I'm forgetting the name, the Waikuku River. It's one of the rivers that goes out into the bay. And you can see the strength of this water flowing underneath of this bridge. You can see how close it's getting to the top of the bridge, and you can just see kind of almost like a little whirlpool effect, because it's just pushing as the other waves are coming in. If I go back a couple hours, it does not look as strong. You see it coming through, but it's not pushing against those waves like that. See the waves coming into the coast, and they're moving up, and you can actually see some waves up here on the top section where my arrow is bashing up against the rocks. But you see the waves coming in, but when you go now, and it's like the waves are being pushed back out by the rainfall, by the river, and all of the water that it's flowing off. So we are, we're seeing, and if that's happening now on a bay, you can imagine that the areas inland are flooding pretty badly. Let's take a look at our Hilo camera again, and we're still seeing rain. It may have quieted down just a tad, I'm not sure, but it doesn't matter. It's just going to keep coming band after band. This is going to be a long night and a long afternoon. I keep forgetting it's 6 p.m. here on the East Coast, so that means it's noon over there. And they are getting the brunt of this, looks like mostly during the daylight hours for this section of the Big Island. We are looking at this, and here's the video again of the from Crystal Adcock. Thank you so much for sending these in. Stay safe, Crystal. Right there on the coast of Hilo, and you can see those waves are just blasting, and they're coming up fast, and they are spraying. You can see the wind blowing, and we are so that location is right about here in the Hilo area, and so you're going to see just bands coming through there. What I'm concerned about now is this next band coming in right here. This red is going to give you some issues. So there is. Let me just take this off. Sorry. Okay. The bands are they actually seem like they may be intensifying, and we are looking at maybe even 3 to 4 inches an hour rainfall rates. That has not been verified, but this is why is this doing this? Okay, there we go. This is definitely one of the stronger bands we've seen. If we go back a couple hours, you don't see all that much red. You see a lot of yellow, some orange, but now we're getting the red bands coming in. So Kalapana, this section down here, southwest of it, that's going to be really coming in. Now we're focusing a lot on this corner over here, mostly because this is where the extreme rainfall is going to be up to 25, maybe 30 inches. Let's take a look at the most recent storm total accumulations. This is a radar indicated amount, and again, 8-9 inches of rain may have already fallen from this storm in some locations north of Volcano, and we're expecting that down here, down in this area, even more is going to fall. There at 7.5. And this coastal area with that band that's coming in is going to be even more, even more flooding coming through. Let's take a look out a little bit more. And there's our eye again. And it's starting to, let's take another estimate. Just want to keep checking how close this is getting to land. I would say, it's hard to tell when it comes to these convective bands, but 31 miles, I would say there. 22 there. I would say that this is where the eye starts, and it's about 32 miles from the coast. And this is making a northwest trajectory. Let's just see here if there's any. I don't know if there's an update from the National Weather Service. First, let me see some of the information from Hilo International Airport. So they got 3/4, almost 4/10 of an inch of rain. Not 3/4, 4/10 of an inch of rain in about 45 minutes, and that's adding on top of the 1 inch, 0.5 one. They've had to have had at least 3 inches now. Rain is coming down. The visibility is 4 miles, and your wind gusts are continuing to show up at 35, 40 miles an hour. Looks like we have more video coming out from Crystal of wind damage, and this looks like it is trees down, roads blocked. And I said before, trees may not be coming down as much, and I was so completely wrong. And it shows how much I know about the terrain and the the conditions there in Hawaii. But that is definitely covered roadways. You're already getting covered roadways. I don't know off the top of my head if Hawaii has above ground or underground wires when it comes to power, but you have trees coming down like that, you're going to have power outages that are already starting. I don't have the power. Do I have the power outage tracker? So I don't know if this is updating. Yeah, so we're going to be checking the power outages and checking on the National Weather Service, National Hurricane Center's updates. And let's see if there's any new updates. New advisory, 8 miles an hour. It's moving, and looks like, I don't know if it's intensified at all. Slowing down and turning northwest as it begins to interact with the Big Island. Winds will continue to increase this afternoon. So this is not a new summary, but it is a summary on what's going on. Let's just take a look if there's any update on here. And so 150 outages affecting 14,000 customers on the Big Island. That is the most recent report. Yep. So the power outages are starting to show. We are looking at max sustained winds 65 with gusts of 80. The eye diameter is 20 nautical miles, minimum central pressure 988, moving at 7 knots. When was this issued? This is 98765. So this was an hour ago. So we should be getting a update on that pretty soon. But we are still just getting, we're just starting to get these really intense bands. So I would say the main show is now. It's starting now, if it hadn't already. But with these bands, as you see, the yellow and the red, I'll go back to the other radar, and you can see those reds starting to show up, and that's going to really bring the most intense rain. While it goes up into the mountains, which you can't even see because the radar can't get up that high, but it's raining up there too. I mean, it's raining probably harder up there on the slopes of the mountain than it is down here on the coast. These are just the bands coming in straight off the ocean, but when those bands interact with these mountains, 13,000-foot mountains, you're going to have it all go up, and then it's going to condense back down, and you're going to have things like this, where your river is flowing under the bridge, and it's pushing up against those waves. And that I wouldn't want to be driving on that right now, but they haven't done any closures yet, and I'm sure the Hawaii Department of Transportation's on top of that. That is definitely concerning though when you see water that close to the bridge. So we will take a look also at some more information on I just like to update this every now and then just to see what's going on with the 5-minute observations. Okay, so the rain is still coming down heavy. Well, rain's still coming down, not heavy, but rain. And his visibility is 4 miles, and these winds are sustained now at 25 miles an hour. And this is Hilo, which is not really even, if I take a look at the map here, all that close to the eye, really at all. You do have intense, you're going to have intense winds in these northern bands, but you are also going to have, you usually have your strongest winds down here by the eye, and that's at 80 miles away. So I'm not surprised that while we're seeing 30, 40 mile an hour gusts there, we're seeing some indication that there may be 60, 70 mile an hour gusts over here on the coast. Let's just take a look. What did I click? Oh, okay. 1 second. I'm hitting buttons. All right. And we want to check the velocities. So, we got, okay. So showing 70, 80 on the velocity, the relative velocity again is showing 70 in some of these spots right along the coast by Kalapana. And Hilo is showing those 30, 40. So that's actually pretty close and accurate. Now, again, this is a radar beam, so it's going up in the air. So maybe it's not 70 miles an hour at these coastal areas. But when you look at that video from Crystal that is up there, you can see, and when it comes back around again, we'll see those trees are really swaying. Though they do look like 40 mile an hour winds, I'll say that is some strong stuff there. Let me just take a look at one thing. All right. Yep. So so I'm just trying to get some more information here, getting some updates. All right. All right, so band's still moving in. We're still moving into that whole eastern section of the Big Island. Let's see if there's any update on the flash flood warning. It's still the same. Hurricane warnings are all still the same. And this long band right here is going to just pretty much run into this area right here as it continues to just feed. Just feeds over and over again right in that area, and that's going to last for a little while because this storm is not moving very quickly. We are getting used to playing with these things. Yeah, we're showing the video again. I'm sorry, and it is. Yep. So the bands are going to be up there, and there you go. Every scan just shows more and more. Heavier rain, more flooding likely, and
that red band, that orange and red band, if you can go back. Yeah, sorry, I know you did a great job holding it down by yourself. So those red and orange bands, we're going to see instant flooding in those.
Yeah. And that's got to be 3 inch an hour rainfall rates there. And Yeah, it's just going to be that whole section, and with the band back here, you get to see it's going to feed across and just keep going. No break in there. Your brakes are maybe up here a little bit right now, if not for long. But let's just take a look at the most recent scan of where this eye is compared to land. I love to play with the toys here. Let's see.
Look at that eye though. That eye
Yeah,
has kept a solid structure coming into land.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
not perfect, but it's definitely
yeah.
stout.
They pretty much, I gotta say, National Weather Service aced this one. I mean, they knew that it was going to be a
The Weather
hurricane.
Service or the Hurricane
Oh, National
Service?
Hurricane Center. Yep. National Hurricane Center had called it. They said that this afternoon it would be a hurricane. That's an eye of, I would say that's a hurricane. It's not showing the full scan of it, but you get the idea when you look at that you are.
Were you in Superstorm Sandy?
I was in Superstorm Sandy. Yes.
Well, what did that do? I wasn't around, and I don't remember radar. I don't remember any of.
So you want to know? You want to know the? You want to know the extent of it?
Yeah, tell me about your experience in it.
So Superstorm Sandy was a storm that was coming up the east coast, and then there was a low pressure system that pulled it towards the coast. And really, what happened is it was a storm surge, free for all. It was about, I think they said 15 to 20 feet of storm surge in a place that did not have what do you call it? They weren't ready for anything over than 5 feet of storm surge on those islands or anywhere on the Jersey Shore, because you never had a hurricane on the Jersey Shore like that. So what I remember is tons of rain, not that much wind, to be honest. But I remember waking up in the morning the next day, and I tried to turn on the TV, and it was out. Obviously, the power went out quickly. I went to my car to listen to the radio, and it was static. And I was like, "Whoa, what happened last night?" And we actually had to go over to my uncle's house, who had a generator, and could show us. They had the helicopters up, and those views of the boardwalk there, completely washed out, completely wiped away, with that freaking roller coaster sitting right there in the ocean. Yeah, they were talking 20, 30 feet of storm surge. Half of Manhattan was underwater, or the lower third of Manhattan. But I was off of work for a week. I was actually studying some exams, and I had left all of my exam information in the city. So I had a week off of work, but didn't get to study the exams. But
Oh
yeah,
gosh.
it was so frustrating. Yeah. Yep. So yeah.
Yeah.
So the and the with the power outages, it took a couple weeks, but down South Jersey, it took about a month at least for them to recover the power, and it took over a year for them to really start to clean up.
Wow, it was that long. Long Island got it the worst, right?
Long Island got really, really bad, but Long Beach Island, which is down in South Jersey, it got so bad that it's a barrier island, and the bay actually met the ocean, and it created an inlet where the bay and the ocean were now one. So it just wiped out this entire area of houses and roads, and you just had basically a little river right there that was just feeding during the tides. They had to bring down the Army Corps of Engineers and really recreate the entire land structure. It was pretty incredible, and that again was considered a Category 1 / tropical storm. That's why they call it the superstorm, because they don't really classify it as a hurricane.
They didn't know what to classify it, right?
Yeah, they didn't know what to classify it as, because it was it was a super, mess of two storms that came together. It was technically not a hurricane at landfall. It didn't really matter. Again, it didn't matter, and it's like this situation. It doesn't really matter. So, as for this storm and the, yep.
Yes. Okay. No, you. What I wanted to know mainly was, what do you feel like with the Supercell Sandy in comparison to what you're saying? I realize they're two, but functionally, you went through basically a low end Cat 1, and that's what we're looking at here. Do you think this will touch a high end Cat? Where do you think this is going to land?
I don't.
I know yesterday.
Yeah, I
Go
don't
ahead.
think it's strengthening anymore.
Okay.
I'm like when I say that, I don't think, it's not. I don't believe that this is going to a Cat 2. I believe, and I think that the National Weather Service also believes, and let me just check their cone here, that this is going to go back down to a tropical storm pretty soon. Yeah, so it has a hurricane now and has it as a tropical storm again around looks like 4 a.m. Hawaii time. And as it passes, what's going to happen is it's going to pass this, the Big Island here. And you're going to have that little bit of a low pressure system that's going to probably cause a little bit of shear to really, it's on the edge already as it is of tropical storm and hurricane. I don't see any indication that there's going to be much more strengthening. I don't think that the I keep saying that National Hurricane Center
That's okay. That's okay.
is saying that there's going to be any more strengthening, but I don't know how much it's really going to matter.
Well, hold on. Would the NWS be the one that's going to start calling tornado warning storms if they do up here? Is that where they would jump? Because obviously the NHC. Okay, perfect. Jessica's going to go ahead and take us to that. Let's chat. Jessica, we gave you a task. Nope, not yet. Okay. All right. Sorry. Cut away. So there we go. Jessica, earlier we discussed the probabilities here of tornadoes potentially coming off these cells. Why don't you give us your thoughts on this?
Okay, so I just want to start by saying that normally when I'm doing a forecast on tornadoes and I'm trying to identify where we're looking at one, usually to do a deep dive and do a really good forecast, you're looking at about 3 to 4 hours. So when you have to take a real quick peek at parameters to try to make a very fast assessment, you're not necessarily looking at everything in the depth that you would normally look at. So just doing the quick dive, I would say that Dean and I actually shot off into a different chat space so that we could look it over together. And it looks like the biggest threat for tornadoes is probably going to come on the Big Island. You're looking at maybe so it's 12:21 local there right now. Around 1 p.m., you're looking at the potential for, I actually pulled a marginal tornado sounding, which doesn't mean that you're going to get a tornado, but it does mean that parameters are
They're there. They're
favorable for something like that to happen. Now, the only thing that was just kind of southeast of Hilo, towards the tip of the island, there's actually a recreation area. That whole kind of southeastern edge of Hawaii, a lot of it is park and recreation area. So if there are people out there, hopefully they've evacuated, because that's where the biggest seas and the most rain was going to take place anyways. But like down by Pahoa, that was actually where I pulled that sounding. It's a fully saturated environment. There's not much cape. There's shear, and there's like the upward sucking motion it's called helicity. But there's plenty of that, and both Dean and I agreed after we were doing our brief look that that's probably going to be the determining factor for what makes favorable conditions for any kind of tornadoes. He was also thinking that it's probably not going to be anything like these are going to be spin up type things. There's already a lot of spin in the atmosphere. And the other thing, when you're looking at tornadoes, when you have these larger weather systems like a hurricane, you're looking at tornadoes on the outer edges of the bands because it's inducing spin. So that would be the area that you would expect to see something happening on. But basically then later on this evening, there's a secondary potential severe weather threat. You could maybe, I'm not saying that there will be tornadoes, but the other area that you would actually then be the southern tip of the Big Island, down by the, it's the Hawaiian Ocean View, down by Nalehu. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Sorry.
No, you're close enough. No, you're close. That's all right. Everyone's going to struggle with these names, so no worries.
Yeah. This evening, that would be the other area that he thought that might be an area this evening would have potential
Okay.
for maybe that kind of severe threat. There was something that caught his eye. I think it was for tomorrow around Honolulu, actually. Looking at it, I'm not sure. I would have to wait and get closer to the event to say. But there was something that caught his eye about that, so it might bear looking at again a little bit later on.
So Honolulu, population wise, does anybody have that here? I'll pull that up real quick.
I don't know, but it's decent. It's a decent sized city.
Yeah, I thought it was 1 million. This is last night I got confused with hold on one second. Honolulu is 345,064 people as of 2024. So you got to figure with tourists and the surrounding cities from Pearl City in dense city, high mountainous terrain on both sides. And it's going to be a situation like you said, the spin ups are going to happen. Lots of sheet metal around. And I mean, there's just everything's tikis and bamboo-y and you know what I mean? Like it's touristy. So
I would say, and I would actually say that threat is not that I wouldn't be, I do think that we should take another look at it as this storm moves and we see what what happens to it after it has encountered the big island, because how that affects the storm's behavior, what
it will
that storm motion. So we'll want to look at all of that and reevaluate it.
Does your gut tell you, do we see 1 to 3 tornadoes?
I'm not super concerned about Honolulu, but it did catch Dean's eye, and I'm not.
Okay.
I wouldn't blow that off.
Okay.
He's got a good eye for stuff too. Like we all work together as a team because
you guys did great. I got to tell you, splendid review on this. I know I gave you no time. I realize it takes hours and hours, and you had minutes. Dean, Jessica, thank you for that. I want both you guys. I'm going to ask you together, how many tornado warned storms do you think we see out of this? Take a guess. Okay.
I don't know. Maybe you could get 1 or 2. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not super confident in the tornado threat, but I'm also not trying to blow it off. It would be hard to say with such a quick look. I don't know if I feel comfortable trying to guess at that.
I'm gonna go on a limb here just from my past experiences.
Okay.
I'm gonna say day 2 will yield probably the most, because it seems like, and now Milton said hold my beer and threw away all this. Everything I'm about to say didn't apply in Milton, and that's for another day. But the most amount of stuff I've ever seen was in Tropical Storm Hillary, and it was a buffet of tornadoes. I must have saw 60 tornadoes that day, in all different various wedges, noodles, cones. I mean, you name it, they had it. And it seems to be, in my experience, when hurricanes start slowing down and really get a grip with land. So if you go look back at Tropical Storm Hillary, it actually had a lot of similarities to this Hawaii hurricane. It came in between Mexico and the California Baja, in between 2 mountain ranges, and then sizzled right over the mountain range between, I think it's called the Chula Vistas. I could be wrong. It's between San Diego and Palm Springs. We actually caught a wedge. It's on our YouTube page. We caught a wedge at 7,500 feet. Big one, too. I mean, if it would have hit anything, it would have just been an EF 3-4. But it was just on the side of a mountain, literally spinning. And I couldn't believe my eyes. And again, this goes back to, taking Milton out of the equation. I could count on every hurricane, and I've been in 11 hurricanes now. Tropical Storm Hillary had more by 5 times more than I've ever seen in any other storm. So it's always brought me to wonder is when it's teetering on tropical storm and a hurricane is when I've seen the most. So I wonder if this is going to have the same output.
Right. Interesting.
I'm going to go 4-5. I'm going to go 4-5. I'm going to go above you guys. You guys, Dean.
Yeah, I not knowing how much the terrain is going to shred up the system, I was going to say 7.
Ooh.
And I think it's going to be more of that southern area later on this evening when it kind of compresses against the mountains.
Okay, so 7 total. It doesn't matter if it's today or tomorrow. Jessica's 2, I'm 5, you're 7. It'll be interesting to see where those lands. Yesterday we took a tally of what we thought the top peak winds would be measured by the whatever official ratings we get, and I was actually the lowest, and
Oh, wow.
everybody else prices righted me right over all the way up to who was the top one?
Yeah, I'm sure
Me,
people
of
would
course,
change
because
their
I always
number.
like to overdo everything. I said
Yeah.
150. So yeah.
You said 150. I was gonna say somebody said 150.
Yeah.
I said
$1,
125.
$1.
Ginger $1'd me. Ginger came in at 120. So she was
Yeah.
she was and then Anthony's over there at 150. But to
Yeah,
be
'cause
fair,
I literally
Hey.
overdo everything. But
but you know if there's an anemometer anywhere that 8 to 10 to 12,000 foot range, you could very well walk away the winner of this one very easily. So
well, I was looking at some of those numbers from the National Blend of Models earlier in our 11 a.m. Lot. What do you call it? Update. And yeah, some of those models were showing winds of 130, 140 for gusts, and that's what we're looking for is gusts. I'm not talking sustained, but
no,
yeah,
not sustained. To be fair, we were talking gusts, so you're
so
not going to be
yeah, it's
held to-
possible.
You
It is
very well
possible.
could see this. I am starting to think I underestimated, and then Ginger came in and was like $1. She 120'd me. So yeah. What are we looking at? So that was the and Jessica, great job, Dean, as well. And if I didn't give you guys enough time to come back on
Oh, it's okay.
the flood, Dean, what did you see on the flooding that's going to keep you awake tonight?
So just like that image we can see on the screen there, how far that water's, I don't know, we can take it back to a couple hours, but you can just see how far the water is ejecting out from under that bridge.
I was going to say, is that a rip current?
Well, you
That
can see on
is
the outside it's pulling
force.
back. Yeah.
So this is I talked about this for a second before. I'll just jump in and then back to you, Dean. Sorry.
Okay.
So if you look, 3 hours ago, you could see actually the waves coming in, and they're coming into the shore. And we go and we can see that river over here to the right, but you see the waves coming in. Now it's like the flow of the river is so strong, it's actually pushing it backwards. So
Yeah.
you're not even getting flow from those waves anymore because this river is white capping now. This is not
Right.
good.
That's
No,
a river
this is
coming
not
out into the water there?
Yeah, that's
You're looking
correct.
at? Okay.
Tell me I love
So
this.
think about that. The power of the Pacific Ocean is being pushed back by a river, bringing. I mean, it's just a tug of war of power now, and the river's winning.
Dean, what were some of those numbers too that you had for those amounts? You don't have those? Do you have those handy right now?
I do, but
Like
hold on, I have a
the
dog.
amount of water and all that.
Okay, it's all right.
Hold on. Come back to me in a second.
No problem. So Anthony, when you were in Supercell Sandy, and we were seeing coverage of folks that were like 12 people piled up per outlet trying to get power. I remember seeing. Were you in it? Did you see all that craziness?
1 second here. Sorry. Something's going. 1 sec.
No worries.
Where's your win?
Okay, I'm good, RJ. Okay, so I think we were talking
Sorry
about the
about
wind gauge.
that.
Oh.
No, it's all right. We'll go back to Dean. Dean, go ahead. What are you seeing?
Okay, so I did find the distance between those two gauges. They are only 7 miles apart. So the one near the image of the overpass, I think we were looking at earlier, or bridge or whatever that was. Currently, they're at 27,000 cubic feet of water per second. That is now an increase of 5,000 since we last talked. That gauge is now at 18 feet. Upstream, just that 7 miles, they're pushing at about 6,500 cubic feet per second, and that gauge is at 11 feet.
Yeah,
So-
that's
Wow. 15,000 customers without power.
I looked up some
8,000.
personal weather stations.
Yes.
There are some that are reporting 11 to 12 inches of rain on their personal weather station.
Jeez. And just what, 4 hours?
I would have to individually click on them, but those are more around the town of is it a town? It says Volcano. Is that the actual name of the town?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I believe that
that's-
is the town.
Yeah, it's down in that area in the Hawaiian Imperial or Royal Hawaiian Estates area. A lot of the rain gauges are at the 8, 9, 10, 11.
It looks like there's some mesovortices starting to spin up in the middle of this thing.
Yeah,
Look
I
at
saw
that.
that.
Yeah, I see that.
That does not indicate a weakening of the storm, but doesn't necessarily mean it's strengthening. It's just interesting to see. Yeah. Sorry, Dean. You can keep going. Oh, that was it. All right. Yep. So that was great. I mean, it's incredible how much rain, and how quickly this is accumulating. Trying to think that there was something else I wanted to say. I'm blanking out right now. Darn it. Let's go to some of the wind gusts. So this is, of course, a couple thousand feet in the air, but we are looking at winds of 75, possibly, with the 60, 70, 75 miles an hour on some of these wind gusts, probably 65 at the coast. And the rain, I wanted to actually look at the rain totals again because they're starting to really pile up. In the last hour, there's 2.5 inches in the last hour right there on the coast, southeast of Volcano. 2.5 inches, 2 inches at least, northwest of Volcano. This is in the last hour. If we go the last 3 hours, yeah, we're looking at 4 or 5 inches of rain at least in the last hour. And yeah, so this is really starting to turn into a bit of an event. I mean, it's a worse event. This is getting worse, by the hour. Again, here you see that flow coming through with that river, pushing all that. We're talking about hurricane forced tides and storm surge being pushed back out by a river. I find that really incredible that it's having that much power. So yeah, I'm going to need to jump off in a second. Is anybody able to take over this, or do we want to come back? What do we want to do here?
Well, I realize that wall-to-wall coverage on this is going to be tough because, we have this is paint drying at some times. It's just copious amounts of
It's hard
rain.
with the hurricane. Yeah, it's hard with the hurricane.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, trust me, as someone who's been through a few, there's times that it's crazy. You can actually be bored in a hurricane, believe it or not. And when people hear that, they're like, "How could that ever be the case?" But when you're on hour 8 and the sound of wind gusting has been there copiously, believe it or not, you can actually. So let's do this. Let's go around the horn here, and Jessica, I'm gonna start with you. You are you've never been to Hawaii, have you?
I have actually. Well, I haven't been to the Big Island. I've been to Oahu.
Okay. What would you say from your experience and your time out there when you see this kind of storm with your meteorology experience and knowledge? What do you think is going to be the biggest takeaway?
So I guess the thing that I think about is I think about the mountainous terrain and the amount of rain and water that's going to be coming down the sides of the mountains. You have a lot of, the people that live there and the tourists who are there who maybe, don't know what to do if they needed to evacuate or if they got caught in a dangerous situation. That's concerning. And then you also have, I guess living in Florida, you probably know this, but when people are used to having tropical weather and tropical storms, and especially this wasn't even a hurricane until, just a couple hours ago. You have people who can kind of blow it off and downplay the dangers that it presents. So I guess my concern is just people not, things can happen really fast when you have terrain like this and you have rain coming down this way. And then B, people not being aware of what's going on and then getting in danger because they, got caught up really quick in something that turned south real fast.
Think about it too. You're talking about people that there's tourists that come from all over the world that many have never seen. You're going to get somebody that's never seen anything like this, and then they're seeing a once in a lifetime event, and they just have what they brought in their suitcase. When I go to something like this, there all the way up to body armor. I mean, I bring body armor for any high-end hurricane, I go completely prepared. Imagine being a tourist who brought your sunscreen, sunglasses, and a couple changes of clothes. You have a balcony, and it's just hopefully everybody stays in their rooms. Those hotels are built
Yeah.
up to code now. But the reason I put you on the spot, Jessica, was you've actually been to those islands, and I could hear it in your voice, your concern that folks that aren't going to be ready, would you agree? And I want your honest opinion. If you don't feel the same, tell me. But in your time, I don't know which island you went to, but the infrastructure is not the greatest on a good day. And on a bad day, it's really going to get tested.
Man, I don't know. It's been a long time. I was in my senior year of high school when I went, and that was
so just a few years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I can't say actually, because the islands that are being affected right now are ones that I have not been to. So
Which one did you go to?
I went to Oahu, which is, kind of towards it's the third island in the chain. You've got Hawaii, and then you've got Maui, and then you've got Oahu, and then you have Kauai. And so
I've actually not been to Oahu. Yeah. Okay, so you echo the same sentiment that it's going to be the flooding off those mountains. We touched on this yesterday after you guys jumped off. That's going to be the biggest thing. People see what flash flooding does in like Arizona and Utah with those mountains.
Now
imagine
Texas, which flash floods very
Oh
badly.
yeah, you guys get it too.
So I understand the dangers that happen with, you don't expect water, especially when it funnels down into the mountainous crevices, down into waterways. It all comes down. And
oh, you're kidding me. They've had an earthquake. We just got word in from a local there in the middle. Let's see what
didn't they have one like 2 days ago or yesterday also?
Yeah. So we've got an earthquake at the volcano in the middle of a hurricane. That happened to me in Hillary. There was an earthquake in Los Angeles right as Hillary was coming right over, right as I was seeing one of the tornadoes I was telling you about. At 3.6, it's coming as a 3.6, so it's a small one, but it's always interesting when you get overlapping natural disasters at the same time.
Definitely.
Yeah, that happens. I think LA got like a 5.0. I got to go back and look, but it was either a high 4s or low 5s. We were on the road. I didn't feel. We were actually at the Salton Sea. We were on the other side of the fault, but Hawaii's wild. Hawaii is like. It is the most Jurassic Park. Obviously, that's where they filmed the movie. It is something else. I've been to the Big Islands. We've done helicopters, submarines, driven around all of it, and it's quite a sight to take. They are not prepared for this, though. There's no way they could be prepared in the sense of what I remember last. I was just there a few years ago with that much rain. That's so much rain that.
Yeah.
And it's just spilling off of giant funnels in the mountains. Like it's so the opposite of the Midwest. But I forget that you are right there in South Central Texas. You guys, you and Zach both weren't too far away. Obviously last year in the tragic 4th of July floods.
Mm-hmm.
And then this year we had them once again. Is that something that, do you recall, how long have you lived there?
I've been here since 2000.
Okay, is that something that's been periodic, or is this like a once in a generation?
I actually had so my family on my dad's side lived in this area like back in the fight for Texas's independence. And and one of his my forefathers had a water mill on there's a waterway called Bull Creek, and they had a water wheel on it. And they wound up having to eventually just give up and leave the area because the flash flooding there gets so bad. But you just have, sometimes we'll get, 10 inches that fall in a matter of, 12 hours, and it all funnels into these waterways. We're in hill country, and that's not mountainous terrain. We just have hills.
Right. Yep.
And it's very powerful. And you get, when you have all that water funneling into these smaller,
Sheesh.
you know, it's all coming down, and when it's all coming from a wider area,
Back out
and
there, Griffin.
it's falling into one, you know, one lower piece of land, into these, like, well, thinking about Hawaii, you've got like the crevices in between different peaks. It's very rugged, and that water,
Sasha!
it becomes very high.
I felt the earthquake. Did you feel it?
Very fast. You know, you might get a couple inches, and when it all comes together, you've got, you know, rivers that can raise up, you know, to 30 feet. I mean, that's what happens here, you know,
Griff,
in the hills.
Do not
the
go out
mountains.
there.
So, and then also you've got,
Okay,
it's
I
gonna
got
be
it.
fast flowing
Griffin, come here.
because you've got velocity. Because that, you know, the peaks over there are what, 13,000 feet that that water will be coming off of. So
Screaming, right? Just screaming
there's
down
going
those
to be a lot of
mountains.
speed to that water too. It's very powerful.
Torrent, I believe, is the word that I would use, is torrent. It's going to be a very torrent flood situation. It's not going to just be like a lazy river. Well, guys, I don't listen. We let's take a systematic approach on this, and we'll decide in real time in front of everybody. Should we break for coverage? And I mean, I feel bad breaking because I'm looking at these bands that just look just like a flexing bicep. I mean, look at these bands. You can see 3 definitive bands, 4 if you want to count that skinny one on the inner eye wall. But at the same token, I don't want to run you guys ragged here. What's the best attempt at this?
I think maybe we could break for now and then come back a little bit later.
No, go ahead, RJ. RJ, okay. So why don't we do this? We could. No, we can go in shifts though. Let's do that. So, Anthony, do you need to go take dinner? Oh, he gone. Okay, sorry, he peaced out. All right. Well, in that case, I'll hold the fort down. But when I look at this that middle band, it's got the most orange in it. That's going to be the one that is going to give me concerns for. Oh yeah, just like that. For those in the path of that band, and I would not be surprised if we get our first warned storm out of that. Nothing's been warned yet, correct? Oh, by the way, did anybody see we have a tornado warned storm in Kansas or in Kentucky?
I have solely been looking at Hawaii.
Okay, so Stanton, Kentucky needs to get shelter immediately. There is a tornado warned storm coming right into town, as it is not confirmed. Hard area to chase. We've only chased out there a handful of times, and it is very mountainous, very tough, but there's a 3/4 inch hail. I don't see. Hold tight. Oh yeah, you can, can't you? I didn't even think about that. Yes. Okay. Oh, that's perfect. No, that's perfect. I like that. I don't know how much they might be pests about it, but hey, let's find out. It's not going to hurt my soul. So going back into Hawaii here, but yeah, Stanton, Kentucky, you got 13 minutes left. Okay, those are some long tracks. Look how solid those tracks are together. Like, we've kind of had confused storm tracks to this point, but you can see that eye wall or eye together is matured very solid. And like you pointed out earlier, Dean pointed out, or Jessica, or maybe it was Anthony, one of you all pointed out, there's vortices. Visually, you can see them in the far west side of that wall. Gosh, I mean, I wish I could be there. There was no chance of me making this one, but I watched it on radar knowing exactly what that's doing. Yeah, isn't it crazy how it just slices the mountain in half when you go to the different radar stations?
Yeah.
You can tell the mountains where they just have just a solid slice of blockage. Okay, well, let's do this. It's about to be the height of this. I'd hate to drop off coverage here, but I realize you guys in the central time zone are going to be getting hungry any minute now.
Well, I can stay on if you want.
Okay, you want to, Dean? You want to go ahead and get dinner?
Yeah, I'm getting eyeballed anyway,
Okay.
so that works out.
Okay, Jessica, you and I'll stay on. How long do you got?
I can hang out.
Did we lose her? Oh, okay. Nice.
And then I just have to say that I probably will not do as good of a job as Anthony was doing.
Oh, it's okay.
Stellar. But
You know what this is morphing into is, and I use this analogy, is the Anthony and I seem to have a good banter, and then it's I have the storm chasing experience. I don't have your guys' education. Never going to have your guys' education. Nothing even close to it. So this is why I feel like this is a one of a kind, unique page. We have me on the, hey, this is what I've seen in scenario. We have you guys pouring over data in real time right in front of the audience that is just, I mean, that's intangible. Anthony he does a good job of playing DJ. And as you can see, RJ is playing the role of producer. Splendid. So as we continue to refine this, I look at it like this, Jessica. It's a variety show. Anthony and I are probably going to be more so the hosts and co-hosts, depending on who's in what position for that day. He's the host. I just play co-host to that because he leans on me for the chaser experience, but he's the one ultimately running the overall view of it. And you guys are like the Tonight Show has the band. If you don't have the band, you don't have it. You don't have a show. So you guys coming in and out and giving your takes and your thoughts on it, what you see, and you guys do such great analysis. It's not just this candy coated cut, copy, paste, some garbage you're finding online. You guys can tell you guys are putting in the work when you come on to give whatever analysis you're giving. And that you can't buy that. You can't invent that. That either happens on its own or it doesn't. Just this candy coated cut, copy, paste, some garbage you're finding online. You guys can tell it comes from years of putting in the work. Me chasing when you come on to give whatever analysis you're giving together. And that you can't buy that. You can't invent that. That either happens on its own or it doesn't. Just this candy coated copy, paste, some garbage you're finding online. You guys can tell it comes from years of putting in the work. Me chasing when you come on to give whatever analysis you're giving together. And that you can't buy that. You can't invent that. That either happens on its own or it doesn't. Just this candy coated copy paste some garbage you're finding online. You guys can tell it comes from years of putting in the work. Chasing you come on to give whatever analysis you're giving together. And that you can't buy that. You can't invent that. That either happens on its own or it doesn't. Just this candy coated copy paste some garbage you're finding online. You guys can tell it comes from years of putting in the work. Chasing you come on to give whatever analysis you're giving together. And that you can't buy that. You can't invent that. That either happens or it doesn't. Just this candy coated copy paste some garbage you're finding online. You guys can tell it comes from years of putting in the work. Chasing you come on to give whatever analysis you're giving together. And that you can't buy that. You can't invent that. That either happens or it doesn't. Just this candy coated copy paste some garbage you're finding online. You guys can tell it comes from years of putting in the work. Chasing you come on to give whatever analysis you're giving together. And that you can't buy that. You can't invent that. That either happens or it doesn't. Just this candy coated copy paste some garbage you're finding online. You guys can tell it comes from years of putting in the work. Chasing you come on to give whatever analysis you're giving together. And that you can't buy that. You can't invent that. That either happens or it doesn't. Just this candy coated copy paste some garbage you're finding online. You guys can tell it comes from years of putting in the work. Chasing you come on to give whatever analysis you're giving together. And that you can't buy that. You can't invent that. That either happens or it doesn't. Just this candy coated copy paste some garbage you're finding online. You guys can tell it You guys are all working together. And like you said, you guys are basically like adults. So, yeah, it's RJ. I know you're like a guy up all the products will continue to grow. Okay, sorry. I'm so glad RJ exists. I could never do that. I would never even know. I'd be like, guys, we're shutting it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all right. What do you mean? You know, hey, in TV, this would be known as a commercial break. I'm so glad RJ exists. We would all get to never do that. I would never enjoy 45 seconds of whatever we wanted. Yeah.
We used to have we had student
all right.
season tickets to the UT games. And
You know,
they
hey,
have
in
the commercial
TV, this would be known as a
timeouts on
commercial
the
break.
field.
I'm so glad
I never
RJ
realized they
exists.
had it until I started going to
Enjoy
games.
45 seconds.
Yeah.
Quite a few of them, right?
Yeah, yes. Lots
Yeah.
of many. But we used to have
You don't realize it.
we had student
Oh, and
season
we're,
tickets to the UT
and we're
games.
back. So,
And
sorry,
they
small
have
technical
the
difficulty
commercial
there. We got us back underway. What you're looking at is a live radar looping image here of Hurricane Lala.
right?
A Cat 1 hurricane that's currently slamming right in broadside to the eastern side of Hawaii of the Big Island. Indications are that 15,000 plus people are without power. Flash flooding is going to be initiated, and we're getting some updates here from our forecasters on exactly. Go ahead and take it away here, Jessica. Right in broadside to the eastern side of Hawaii of the Big Island. Indications are that 15,000 plus people are without power. Flash flooding is going to be initiated, and we're getting some updates here from our forecasters on exactly. Go ahead and take it away here, Jessica. Jessica,
I am not.
that sounded just, he went full producer mode. Jessica,
I didn't do it.
clean audio, Jessica. Are you looping streams? Oh, that was classic. That was classic. Oh, yeah. Oh, it was you.
No,
That's the
well,
best.
and when I that's
Are we
funny.
still? Are we good? We're back? Okay.
Okay.
All right. No worries.
So we're watching this storm come in. It looks like the eye is actually. Oh, sorry, that was the hurricane warning bubble. For a second, I was thinking it was the island.
Sorry.
Okay, so we are. Hang on. Let me get it to current. I'm going to stop the looping here real quick and take a measurement. So the edge of the eye is about 33 miles from the most southern point on the Big Island right now. And so what did we say that it was moving at, about 7 knots? Is that what it was? We were given the speed earlier.
Roughly. Yeah, roughly. I don't know what the current is, but that was not even an hour ago. We were at 7 knots.
But I mean, we can see how slow this is moving. There is forward progress in a northwesterly direction, but it's not moving very fast. So that means that you're going to have a lot of just rain pouring. Like when it's not progressing quickly, you're going to have this rain dropping over the same area over prolonged amounts of time. And you have very the topography here, people on the island know is very rough. It goes from like 13,000 feet to sea level in a matter of about 20 miles. That's a huge drop in terrain over a short distance. And then you also have over here, so you've got the mountain peaks up here, right? And then this is actually a recreation camping area down here. Water will be running off that direction too, I would assume. I'm not sure. I mean, it's going to get funneled by the mountain terrain itself. So I don't know how much water will come off of the peak down into these areas, but you want to be very careful if you're on this side of the island where the rain bands are hitting now. Because it's just sitting and pouring rain over the same area. Now, these are rain totals right here. This is storm total accumulation. And so if I stop the loop and I look at real time, hang on, let me get my, over here, this is just north of where volcano, I guess on 11, is that Route 11? Anyway, they've had, 9.5 inches of rain, over 10 inches of rain in smaller areas in more isolated spots. Hilo has had 4.35 inches of rain so far. And water is going to be coming down from them to them that this heavy precipitation area will be running down this way. So you want to be really careful. And then winds, we've got, these winds are coming in and they're battering this coast, and you're looking at 50, 60, nearly 70 mile an hour winds coming in right on the coast. And then the topography does break up the wind and it slows it down. That's because of friction. And that's why the wind blows so much faster over the ocean, because there's way less friction over the water. Flatter terrain, you have some terrain induced friction, but when you have mountains, it really breaks the wind down. The friction is very, very high. So the wind at the coast will be the strongest, and as it encounters the mountains, it tears it up. Now, also you have, let me look at a higher tilt on this, because you've got, when you're talking about a hurricane, the higher up in elevation, you can actually, if you were in a high-rise building in a hurricane, they say that you can actually experience an entire category stronger up on a high-rise, because you don't have the surface friction to slow the wind down.
We were talking about this in kind of detail, and I don't know if you were part of this yesterday.
I think I heard you guys talking about it briefly.
The cat level, would it get up to a cat 2 at that 8 to 10 to 12,000 feet level?
Right.
I don't know.
I don't know, because I'm not sure if this storm has that in it. What do I have? Let me see. Hang on. They were talking about let me see if it was in key messages. It might be in the actual forecast discussion, but they were actually, I'm sorry, I'll come right back to that. But like when we look at this screen that I've been looking at here, this is cloud top. And so we're looking, the cloud tops on this storm are actually not really, really high up in the atmosphere. Cloud tops here are at about 27 to 24,000 feet, which at this, I mean, when we have really like major supercells, these big tall storms that we get where we've got, major supercells, you're looking at 50 to 60,000 foot storm tops. So
Right.
this is not really high up in the troposphere, which is the area of our atmosphere that we get weather. And they were taking, now to get back to this, they were taking measurements at about 700 millibars, which, let me look at something real quick and see 24,000 feet. Hang on, where that is. RJ, do you remember at what millibar level 24,000 feet sits? I'm pulling up a sounding so I can see.
Okay.
Um,
Good call
But
to ask RJ too.
they were taking measurements at I think 700 millibars, and the wind speeds were just into, and actually this was before she became a hurricane. Initial intensity still estimated to be at 65 knots. So those wind readings came from higher up. I don't know that you would experience Cat 2, but you're not going to get the decrease that you're going to get from the surface reduction in wind speed. Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. I do. What's the most tropical system you've experienced?
400
Oh, I forgot he did
is-
say he was going to get water. Yeah,
right.
sorry. The one time we leaned on RJ.
24,000 feet is at 400 millibars. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, for those who don't know, RJ's, yeah, do your thing. RJ's behind the scenes, our producer.
Let's see.
So you guys can't hear him.
All right. I'm going to look.
First time ever working in this style of fashion, isn't it, Jessica?
Yeah.
You're doing well. You're doing well. It's not easy, is it?
Thanks. All right.
Have somebody talking in your ear and giving you vital information while you're talking at the same time. It's a high way of communication. But
okay, I want to look at 500 millibar winds real quick.
Yeah, let's see. I still maintain that there's going to be some shanty built home in that lofted higher mountain region is going to get tornado like damage. I'm calling my shot now. Not that I want to see it, but just for my travels up there, I feel like that, and it could just be a shed or some, poorly built outbuilding from the 50s or 60s that was, just poor. But I feel like those upper elevations are going to see, and by the way, especially, and I don't know the exacts on where it happens, but the tree line in Hawaii is very defined. You lose trees very quick when you start climbing up. I mean, most of that stuff is you've been there. It's on the third of the elevation, like 2/3 up is no trees. So,
well, I lived in New England for a little bit, and we used to climb on Mount Washington, so I'm familiar with tree lines. Just because of
you used to go up to the Northeast and climb Mount Washington?
Yeah, well, I lived up there for about a year and a half. And
oh, really?
Yeah, we used to go to Mount Washington a lot, actually. I love that mountain. I love that mountain a lot.
I got close to it when I was I chased the lake effect snow and I tootled around up there. And but all my experience is West Coast. All my major peaks, and as you know, out there, they're just giants.
Yeah.
Have you gone out west before?
I briefly, for about a month and a half, lived in San Diego. Before I went to Maine, my sister was like, "Well, come stay in San Diego until you go." And so I went and did that. And but they don't have the mountains that you're talking. I mean, you're talking about like Oregon and Washington, right?
Yeah, Oregon, Washington, even Northern California. But
right. I've been to those areas. I've camped in Northern California.
Okay, so you've seen those those huge. I mean, they're just giant volcanoes.
I've been to Crater.
Oh, you have? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
And most
people don't make it there. Well, it's funny because when I came to the East Coast these last 3 years, and people name those hills. There's foothills out in Oregon. We don't even name them, right? We don't even. And it was just interesting to see the difference in both coasts But I'll tell you what, there is something mysterious about those Appalachian Mountains that I could not put my finger on. The weather coming off those is like something I've never experienced in my life. So as far as just raw weather coming off of a mountain, for as big and bolsterous as the West Coast mountains are, much larger and all this and that and those, the winds do not scream over them and do like the weather I've seen in Pennsylvania. It was quite a sight to see. I'd never, another thing, I'd never experienced heat stroke anywhere. And I've lived in some hot places, Arizona, Oklahoma, Florida. And the only place I've ever had heat stroke was in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I heard you saying that yesterday. Okay,
Yeah,
so
yes. Sorry. Sorry.
now just to remind everybody, the rainfall forecast over here, they're looking at a total accumulation predicted of 16 to 20 inches.
Jeez.
Isolated areas of 25 inches. And this is coming off of that. This is this is a park area, park areas and recreation areas over here. So that also means it's not highly inhabited, I guess. That's an assumption. So I'm not, but it seems like and then there's a national park up here too, the Volcanoes National Park. So the bulk of the rain is going to be coming off into this area, but Hilo, you should be affected by some of that too. This is all from the 11 a.m. update from the National Hurricane Center. So this has not been updated since we were on earlier, but this is where we are looking at tropical storm force wind. So the area is 100% probability. All of you know that because you're experiencing it now. Except I would say that on the western side of the island, it looks like that. I was looking earlier at the wind forecast, and here they show it being a little bit protected by the mountains themselves. So it looked like the wind, they're not expecting as much wind to be hitting there until it starts to pass. And then you can see how it's going to come up, and the wind is going to be affecting the south and western side, the south sides and the western sides of these islands as it moves past. It will be off over the water, but you guys will experience that wind. And then the potential tornado threat that Dean and I were kind of looking at, where for Oahu over by Honolulu would have come. It's going to be around this time when you've got the wind hitting as the storm passes you guys over here, which this says 2 p.m., but I'm thinking that's not Hawaii time. And I'm not sure so that's local. I've got my right. And I've got my, so here's where my brain starts to get confused. So I'm central, but I've got my computer on Eastern. So that's 2 p.m. Eastern. So then that would be, let's see, noon. So that would be 8 a.m. Okay. So around 8 a.m. is when you'll really be feeling the winds around Honolulu as the storm is offshore. I would expect to get swells from that too. I don't know. I don't want to speak to storm surge because let me go pull that up. I think that they were talking about peak surge was about 1 to 2 feet. The deepest water will occur along the immediate coast, near and to the right of the center, where the surge will be accompanied by large and destructive waves. Surge-related flooding depends on the relative timing of the surge and the tidal cycle, which tide should be coming back in now. It will be in at 5:45, I think I said. And let's see. Wait, wrong tab. So 5:45, wait, wrong direction. I'm sorry. When are we looking at this moving past the big island? So we've got the center here, that's 2 a.m. So that would be 8 p.m. basically. So it should start moving past you all on the big island, and you should be on the back end later on this evening. And actually the 8 p.m. tornado threat to this area was going to be because of this here. Yeah, I'm not sure what else to say right now.
I can come back in. Yeah. Yeah, no, Jessica's killing it. She's getting some.
Yeah, Jessica.
Yeah,
Round of applause.
Yeah, that's why I didn't say
Yeah,
anything.
you definitely carried that segment very well. Great job.
So we're back on mine. Okay, let's just make sure. I'm watching the. I know that there's a delay, so I'm just kind of talking until the delay is over to be sure.
Okay. I'm gonna do a mixture of taking the kids out to the beach and keeping you guys going and as long as I can. So I'll be as involved as I can, but I'll start fading to the back here.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I'm unfortunately gonna have to. My throat can't do too much more. I gotta get used to this stuff. It's been 3 days.
Oh yeah. It's not,
I had no
listen, man,
idea.
I'll tell you what. So
Tell me some of the solutions.
Yeah, as much as everybody thinks it's easy to sit down and talk weather for hours and hours because Ryan Hall does it, everybody thinks this, and I'll tell you what, man, it's a war of attrition of like your calories got to be on, you got to maintain, you focus the entire time. Storm chasing is 100 times easier. All you gotta do is point the camera in the car at the clouds and go. And the story writes itself. This you gotta talk about what you really can't see on what I just said.
Right.
So, and then by the way, you have a whole audience that needs to be entertained, and you need to be giving them nonstop facts and figures about every stat that you can go through, and then you got to pour over.
I will entertain you. I am here to entertain.
Yeah. No, you're in. How long do you think you got?
I think I got another at least. I can do at least another half hour.
Ooh, boy, I'm so glad we found this out now, and this wasn't a Cat 4 screaming into Florida, and then we lost Anthony on the first leg of this.
Yeah, I know. I think a couple of days before this kind of started getting me too. I need to work on the vocal thing.
Yeah, you need to Google all the stuff for vocal cords, my friend.
Yeah. Do we have anybody? Let's see if if somebody can go on. I'm sorry that we're talking over the live stream, guys. If somebody can go on the back side and see if anybody else is available to continue the live stream, that'd be great. Or just re-up it. But yeah,
here's the thing. RJ pointed out earlier is we can keep everything running, and just forecasters will be back soon. Basically, like a out to lunch sign on the window.
Yeah. So all right, I'm gonna go over some other things that I'm seeing here, if that's cool. And so the first thing I noticed when I was away from the computer for a little bit was this eye wall is starting to get interesting to me because
it looks like a star right now. Did you see that?
What'd you say?
What's that?
It looks like a star. Look at it. The eye wall.
Oh, it does.
Oh yeah. No, well, what I was going to say about the eye wall is, okay, let's take a look at it right here. And we're going to look at that's exactly what I'm talking about is an eye wall replacement, I think. A 41 miles here on the eye. And when we go further in, we see those mesovorts and then we see it tighten up. Now, this is really concerning, guys, because if this is legitimately an eye wall replacement and that's 28 miles across, that is going to strengthen these winds a lot. This is like a figure skater that puts their arms in. They have their arms out, they bring them in, they spin faster. This will increase the winds quite a bit. So,
hey, you want to know what you just did there? For our audience listening. So Courtney's listening, right? She just went, oh, wow, those are terms I can understand. So that was a great job of explaining that.
Yeah, well, that's what they taught us in Penn State, guys, Penn State Forecasting School. If you guys want to get your certificate, you can learn from some of the best. We learned from some of the best storm chasers. I'm not. I
cost $8,000.
I won't tell you the cost. Okay, I guess we will tell you the cost, but you learn from some of the greatest meteorologists. And
out of state was more.
Yeah.
Oh wow! We're just busting open a can of worms now. In state, out of state.
So I don't know if there's been anything online. I haven't checked any Twitters, or screw Twitter. I haven't checked any. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say screw Twitter because we got people watching on Twitter. I love Twitter. I don't I don't have National Hurricane. I don't think they've indicated anything about an eye wall replacement, but this is definitely a tightening eye. So this tightening is going to increase these winds, and I wonder if we can even see it on the velocities already. And if I look at the velocity in the last hour,
I'm saying, if you see it on me,
Oh, same
just
here.
flip.
That's what I was.
and it looks, I mean, it does possibly, it's possible. This is, it takes a little bit of time. It has to go from the inside out. So it's not going to immediately that second start to increase, but these winds are still quite strong. Let's see here. I just want to make sure I'm hitting the right button. So we're looking at 55, 60, 65 miles per hour on the coast, 70. Now, again, these are radar beams, so it might be a little less. We have a little ridiculousness here with the, oh no, I thought I saw a 90. Never mind. All right, so it's 50, 60. And I want to, I know that we're harping on the rain, but it's the most important thing that needs to be talked about is how much rain is really falling. So we had those bands come through, and in the last 3 hours, we've seen 5 inches of rain here. And in the last 3 hours, we've seen 5.5 inches of rain down here. And these are those bands that we were looking at an hour or two ago. 5 inches all over this area, and it's all going to flow down into the streams, into those rivers, and we're going to get images like this. Let's go back to meteorologist Jennifer Myers was kind enough to let us provide this live video from Hilo, Hawaii. This is a look across Hilo Bay, and what you see really is, I'll go full screen. This river underneath this bridge, looks, I would say that's touching that bridge. I can't confirm that, but it is ripping out of this. This is a river, real river, and it's ripping out into this bay, and it's actually so strong that it's pushing these waves back, and you can see the waves are all the way in the back and the left here. So, I mean, these are tropical storm / hurricane waves being pushed back by river force. That just shows you how strong and how much water is coming down off of this river. So this is across Hilo Bay. Hilo has gotten a decent amount of rain, a good amount of rain. We'll go take a look at what they're showing there. That's not a good radar. And, okay, I mean, we're getting 3, 4, 5 inches. Oh, that's in 3 hours. Storm total. Okay, we are approaching 10 inches of rain in these areas, 10.5 inches, almost 11 inches. And this is radar estimated, but the radar estimates have been pretty, they're pretty accurate. 10.8, 10 inches in multiple locations, and 9, 10 inches down here. And this is just going to keep increasing because we look at the reflectivity here, and this band is just going to keep going and going. Let's go back a couple scans and take a look at that. We have, yep, there it is. So there was your big band that really dropped that 5 inches in 3 hours. You can see it right down here with the reds. But you also have just over and over again these reds and oranges moving in. I don't want to discount the top of the island either because half of this island is in a flash flood warning. But it's harder to see. But you could, okay, let me go back. Actually, 1 second. This will give you a better idea. Here's our mosaic view. This is just a combination of all the radars. They put it into basically one radar signal. And you can see, I mean, this is in pretty intense rain. It looks like Hilo International Airport is reporting heavy rain, winds of 25 at least miles an hour, gusts of 35, heavy rain visibility 1 3/4 miles, and we are. I would like to know what we're approaching on the total rainfall here. Confirmed total rainfall. I don't see it here, but I'm going to say it's probably 3 to 4 inches. But that's not the concern. Well, it is a concern, but the biggest concern is going to be those rain numbers that are coming off of those mountains. So if I do the rainfall total and I look here on this radar and I see this area right here showing upwards of 10, 11, sorry, that's the wrong button. Right here, 10, 11 inches. And I go over to the topographical map for that location north of Volcano, if it ever loads. And, okay, let's see here. Sorry. All right, so we are at 3,600 feet. So this location is about 3,000 feet. Now we're not even getting rainfall numbers up here because it's too high. So let's assume that they have 6 to 8, maybe actually probably more because it's going up slope mountains. So maybe it is even more than 10 inches of rain now that I think about it up there. You're going from 7,000 feet down to 3,800 feet. This is where we're getting some observations of 10 plus inches, and then you're quickly going down even further to 1,200 feet and then to the coast. So this is all going to flow down. This is the scenario we were hoping did not happen, and it is happening right now. Here's a look at Hilo. It looks like another Hilo cam, and you can see some of the waves. White crests. And the rain is definitely coming down pretty good. The wind is, it's going to be coming and going with these winds, and you've seen that in some of the numbers when the band comes through. The winds really pick up. We've seen videos of the winds really, bending trees and such. But the most catastrophic, I don't want to say catastrophic. The worst winds will be along the coast and for the mainland, right? Okay, I'm sorry. Give me a second. I need to get rid of this freaking thing. Okay. Winds down here will be about 60, 70 miles an hour, but up here in the mountains, you're going to be having up to 100 plus mile an hour winds, and possibly stronger, because that 13,000 feet, that's just, you don't get hurricanes in 13,000 foot mountains. It doesn't happen. And that wind will be exacerbated up and over the mountain. So we're looking at this eye wall, and I'm concerned about this eye wall. I want to take a look at the size over the last hour. So we are at 7:22, 6:22. Sorry that I'm not on Hawaiian time here. Should be. The eye wall is, let's say it was 42 miles and it was closing in on 33 miles. And if I go further, and now we're at what, 30 miles. So yeah, this is a little concerning. I mean, I think Google DeepMind did have it at a Cat 2 at some point. I'm not sure if that was this morning or later or earlier today. I don't know if this reaches Cat 2, but I gotta tell you, you got these mesovortices here. You can see the little spin sections here. It's almost like little tornadoes within a hurricane, or little hurricanes within a hurricane. It's these little
eddies
areas
on
of
the side
spin.
like on the side of a stream, kind of a thing.
What was that?
Like eddies on the side of a stream.
Exactly, eddies. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. I don't even know what I said. So yeah, and it's ragged. It's raggedy, and it does look like a star. Man, look at that. And yeah, I am concerned about the wind strengthening. I want to see if there's anything on the National Hurricane Center. Any updates? One sec. Right. So the eye wall, yeah. So the eye wall will be you said the eye wall will be stronger. The storm may be weaker, but it would make the stronger winds in the middle. And it could. That's yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It does lose some of its steam, but at the same time, it's not gonna change
During
these
the-
numbers.
During the cycle, it loses.
I'm
it
still,
loses steam
you
during the
guys, I
cycle.
promise I'm not talking to myself. When I pause, I am talking a little bit to our producer, RJ, but yeah, he's updating me on info, telling me about what's going on with that. So, I just wanted to see if there was another update. It looks like this is as of 11. And, what time is this? Oh, 11 still. What time is 11? That's 5 here. All right. So that's still not updated. I don't know when the next one is coming out.
And then for power outages,
What happened? What did you say, Jessica?
for power outages, Hawaii is at 28,000 customers are out of power. 31.6% of people have lost power on the Big Island. And then on Maui, you have power outage percentages a little shy of 8.5, with 6,000 people who are out of power.
Wow. And that's over a 2-hour span is when that's it's deteriorating quickly is really what's happening. And you're getting tenths of an inch of rain in 5 minutes. Even right here, to I'm sorry, right here, 0.06 inches of rain in 5 minutes. So it's really coming down pretty hard. Every scan is showing a little more. I wanted to take a look at the velocities again, wind speeds, and yeah, the wind speeds pretty impressive. Even though this is from a radar site, you're still seeing 60, 70 mile an hour winds in some of these areas, and I can't imagine what it is up on the mountains, because this is starting to make the pass where you are going to start seeing the eye pass to the left. So let's just say we can confirm now that this is not going to make official landfall. Well, okay, I can't confirm now because I've seen crazier things. But we have the eye off of the coast by 22 miles. So it has to go pretty much north for it to make landfall. But I don't know if that's going to happen. Sorry, I don't think that really matters though. What matters is what's going to be coming of this, and that's going to be the flooding, the rain. And I want to go back to meteorologist Jennifer Myers and her video here. Just plumes of water coming out of this river. I wish I had a traffic cam right now. I'll have to look some of those up and try to get one. But water coming out, pushing up against the waves that are coming through. Yeah, I don't know if they have much of a. This is why you even have a Department of Transportation. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding, everybody. Yeah, and something that we were just talking about, and RJ was just saying to me, yeah, the Maui has about 7,000 cameras, and if we want to talk about Maui for a second, yeah, they are getting plenty of wind right now, 40 mile an hour gusts at least, 30. They've been getting some of the rain also. We can take a look at that. But Maui, man, you guys have more cameras there than I don't want to cause any issues, but you got a lot of cameras in Maui, and on every single beach. Let me just see. Am I looking at the right island? Yeah, that's Maui. Okay. All right. So let me see rain totals. Let's see. Yeah, look at this. We're going total accumulations. I'm sorry, I just need to see something. All right, there we go. If I've been saying this is Maui and it's not Maui, I'm going to be so
No,
mad.
it is. You're
Thank
on
you.
Maui.
Okay, I do not want to give the wrong information.
Maui is the second island in the chain.
I thought so. Okay. I promise I'm going to get to Hawaii soon and get this all taken care of. So yeah, 5 inches of rain at least has fallen. We are looking at in the last 3 hours. Some areas have gotten 2.5 inches, almost 3 inches. So yeah, the storm is making its way to the other islands as well, and you can see that on the large camera. Okay, the larger expansive form here. So here's our eye. Here's the storm bands coming in, and then they don't really, they just have to go around kind of the island. Once this eye wall starts to move to the northwest a little bit, these bands that are over here, affecting the eastern side of the Big Island, will make their way up here, and they will start to hit Maui, and that's why Maui is in a tropical storm warning. I believe the last thing I saw was it was a tropical storm warning. Yeah, I would say that eye is definitely tightening, so that's interesting. What else do we have here? So winds are continuing to increase. Your gusts are sustained now at least 35, 33, 35, 36. And this is just at Hilo Airport, and that's not really all that close to the strongest area of the winds. We are still looking at possible winds. I don't know if you're supposed to use relative velocity, but I will. 60 miles an hour are possible. Little pockets, 60, 65. And let's take a look again at, and this storm is just getting to its closest. It's really good that we have the ability to have this storm on radar so we can see everything that's going on, because a lot of the time these storms are away from radar sites. You don't get to see things like this. Look at all these mesovortices in here, these little couplets here that are just spinning. Yeah, eddies, like Jessica had said, and it's just like it looks like my washer machine, and it is tightening right around there. I don't know if we can get a wind reading in there or anything. I got 79 on that side. I would have to see a recon 75 on that side. I don't know if that's accurate or not. 78. I'm going to say no, that's not accurate because it's so far away. But it is, yeah. We saw this huge band right here, and this band just, if you look at the loop, we'll just go back an hour, and you got that loop of that red and that orange over the same area over and over again. Soon that will start to move. When this starts moving northwest, that band will start moving northwest, and it should start to really inundate this northern area. Again, I'm going to look at precip totals because they're changing every minute, and the total precip accumulations are showing up at least 10.5 inches in some locations, 11 inches. And the most important I like to look at is the last hour or 3 hours. 3 hours, 6 inches, that's 2 inches an hour, because that will give you your extreme flash flooding and your quick runoff, your mudslides and such. And in the last hour, we have locations with over 2 inches in an hour. So this is going as advertised, unfortunately. We're going to be seeing, and I have seen some videos of some washed out roads and such on Twitter. You do see some slides that are going on, and we have heard about power outages increasing pretty quickly. Let's take a look at the cameras again real quick. And I have very little left of my voice, but I'm going to try to get through a little more of this. So the helocam, and again, this is a look at, just steady rain. You got the little bit of waves and surge coming up there, and some of the winds. But it's, when you look at that, you're like, oh, what's the big deal? Well, the big deal is that this is 7 inches of rain that's fallen in a couple hours, and then you get things like this, and you get this surging of the water, and it's just pushing all the waves, like we said multiple times. But if we go back a couple hours, you can just tell. All right, let's go back here. You can tell the weakening. See how the waves are pushing up, and they're actually making their way up to the shore. And then we get to now, and you got all this white water here, and these waves are struggling. They have to go around the outside edge. So it's just pushing everything out. This is from a river. This is actually sorry, let me get this. We believe that this is if anybody gets it before me, you can say it. I'm having trouble with my radar or my locations. Okay, hold on. Yeah, it looks like the Wailuku River, and that's probably the Wailuku River going underneath the Makupane Point Bridge right there. I'm assuming. Never been to Hawaii, don't know much, but I see this river, and I see this bridge, and I see this little land area right here, and I'm thinking that we are looking right at that bridge right here. Okay, if anybody knows in the chat, obviously you can jump down, and say something, jump in and say something. But yeah, no, the number of people that are talking about how much rain is coming down. I saw some videos earlier of rain pooling off the roofs, and excuse me, it is definitely I guess it is definitely a lot of rain, and it's going to be continuing all night tonight. We could look at a model run real quick of what's expected. I guess the 12 is the only one available right now. 1 second. All right, let's try this. It's loading. It is loading. All right, go. So we are at today. Here's our storm. It has made it up to this point now, and you're going to have heavy rainfall rates into about all the way up until about doing my conversions 5 a.m. tomorrow. but that's not going to be the end of it. You're going to have some back end rain that's going to go through the day tomorrow. And really on the northern side of the island, it's going to be getting some more rain tomorrow. As for Maui, you have some strong rain, heavy rain coming in tonight. And then really the load of rain will be starting around 2 a.m. tonight. And moving on to Honolulu around 8 p.m. tomorrow night. So it's going to start moving a little faster, it looks like, that's for sure. And losing its strength. We see that the millibar is 993. I don't actually know what it is right now. It's 988, so it's actually overperforming. 993. Where did I already lost my track? Okay, 993. But the consensus is that this will lose some of its strength as it moves into a little bit of cooler water, a little more wind, a little more of a hostile environment, and you'll still have plenty of rain in these locations, but you're not going to have plenty of rain, but you're not going to be having as strong of winds, and it's going to pass by a little faster. It's going to start moving a little quicker. So let's see here. Activity. I want to see if there's any new update on National Hurricane Center. Do we have? All right. Jessica, if you want to jump in with any update while I'm just pulling up info, you can. If I don't know if you have any anything that you've been seeing online.
No.
Okay, so 11 a.m. Okay, 21. We don't care about that. Yeah, it looks like they haven't put out an update unless I'm missing something. I'm not seeing any new updates right now. Heavy rain bands spreading across Hawaii. Yeah, okay, the position update.
On
What was that?
radar, I will say one interesting thing is that on radar reflectivity, you can clearly see where the eye is. But when I look at the microwave imagery, the mimic imagery, which is basically it's microwave imagery that reads the temperatures that come off of the ocean, and you can see it's what we use to look at the eye and what's going on in the eye of a hurricane when it's covered with clouds, because sometimes you'll have an eye but you can't see it visually because you have a cloud top that covers it. And so mimic imagery is something that we use because you can actually see through that higher level of clouds because it's all ice particles, and we can see what's going on with the eye. And it really hasn't had a defined eye at all, and it's actually starting to form what looks like more of a definitive eye. So I would say rather than it's going through an eye wall replacement cycle, it's actually starting to form its eye for what looks like maybe the first time, like the definitive actual, hurricane eye.
Yeah. I'm going to take a look at here. A little bit of a different look. You can see the towers around this, and trying to get an idea of where the eye is. Yep, it's going to be right there. Yeah, I can. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't have. Unfortunately, I can't pull up Mimic right now just because.
Right.
Yeah, it's another tab, but that is interesting. Look at the
Actually,
tops.
I'll share this with you in the chat. Because this isn't a pop-up. Let me.
Is what?
I just shared a link in the chat with you. It's not a pop-up, so you should be able to show it if you
All right,
want.
one second. All right, let me just try it. Let me take this and I'll fix this 1 second, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, this is great. All right, 1 second. Over 23,000 customers without power on Hawaiian Islands, Maui, Oahu is a update I just got from Hawaiian News Now.
Mhm.
Is that more than we said? I don't know.
Let me check. Hang
Maybe that's an
on.
overall update. Yeah, I see this Mimic. This power
On
bin? Okay.
power outage on poweroutage.com, it says 28, almost 29,000. What did you just say?
Yeah, I said 23. So
Okay.
yeah, they're always going to be behind a little bit. So yeah, I mean, it just shows that the power outages are going up. quickly. I mean, I just got this update of of 23,000, and when the update comes out, 29, we have 29,000.
Yeah.
So you are really looking at a lot of the power outages are really starting to pile up. Here's our mimic imagery, we call it. This gives you a look at the infrared satellite. It's using the satellite to show you the warmth inside of the eye wall area, and you can really see the eye wall starting to form right there. So that is very interesting. Yeah, it is deepening too as it's approaching. This is just a different way of looking at the eye wall. Let me just see something real quick. Okay. That did work. Good. Yeah.
So just real quick, guys jumping in, that means the power outages have doubled in the last hour and a half since we did the last checkup on that.
That's
And
amazing.
they're all on the northeastern and southeastern side too.
Yeah.
I'm not showing on a different website. Well, there's just not very much for outages on the western side of the island.
I lost it for a second there, but I think my internet might be going in and out a little bit.
All right.
Let me just see this. Okay. At 12:38, okay, Doppler rate. This is actually an update on the flash flood warning. It looks like. This is an update until let's
I'm
see
gonna
here.
go grab dinner.
12:38.
I'll be right back.
6:30. Okay. All right. Yeah, at 12:38 Hawaiian time, Doppler radar indicated heavy rain bands from Lala are moving onshore across windward. Additional heavy rain anticipated for the next few hours, especially across Kau and Puna district. Estimated rainfall rate is between 1 and 2.5 inches an hour, with locally higher rates at times. Automated rain gauges have reported between 1.5 and 2 inches of rain in the past hour in some spots. Water levels continue to be elevated in Honolulu Stream. County emergency management officials have reported numerous road closures due to flooding in the South Hilo, Puna, and Kau districts. Flash flooding is ongoing within the warned area. So this is all starting to unfold, and it's unfolding pretty quickly. It only took a couple of hours for roads to start closing, for 30,000 people to lose power.
What do you guys think about the eye wall? Did it go through a replacement, or what was your thoughts on it?
I feel like it's maybe not going through a replacement. I think maybe it is. I don't know. It maybe it really was never a complete eye, and now it is. Maybe that's what the situation is. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, because this was never a high end hurricane. Now, it closing off does kind of make you think, that it's not gonna weaken that like right, anytime soon. It's gonna close off. That closes off from the dry air. So now you have a little bit of a closure there. I haven't looked at visible satellite recently, but yeah, I think it's more of like Jessica said, a completion of the of the eye actual. We can say now this is a Category 1 hurricane. If anybody really had any questions, we have a complete eye wall now, and that is going to cut out any dry air for the time being until it makes its way over these mountains, and then we don't know what's going to happen after that. I think that the National Hurricane Center has an idea, and they have it going to a tropical storm later. That's still the idea, is that it's going to move over to a tropical storm in the next 6 to 8 hours. I think that would be. Let me just overnight Hawaii time, and yeah, so that is not a. What was I going to say? I don't. Yeah, again, landfall not likely. Still is. I mean, that's about as close as you can get without landfall, right? 23 miles now, but it's still moving to the northwest. And I just have to point this out again. Look at this rain band. I mean, this right here is just going to come all through that one location over and over again. And they have already gotten. If I go to the end of that. Right, sorry, that spot there. Let me get rid of that. I gotta stop hitting buttons.
That
There-
band
oh, I'm losing you there.
right now.
I can't hear anything.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
I said that will be a historic band.
Mhm.
That will be.
Yeah.
Sorry, there's a dead spot on out here. That you'll see that measurement, in my humble opinion, will potentially be historic, and that's going right just southeast of Hilo.
Yeah.
So that's the main highway towards the south. That's going to end up cutting a main highway potentially. I can't remember the elevation. It changes elevation over there, so it'll be interesting to see. But yeah, that's getting downright nasty.
Yeah, right in this in your location, right between Volcano and Hilo. Again, that was, I think, exactly where the National Hurricane Center pointed out, right there, and it's coming to fruition. And this is just numbers in the at these all these bands are going in. Right over here is your mountain. It's they're pushing up against that mountain, and I don't think we can even get rainfall numbers over there right now because the radar beam can't get up there. But yeah,
You know what
this is
that reminds me? It reminds me of like a shooting range, and that's the backstop. That mountain is going to be just absolutely backstop of all that rain. I mean, it showed it on the models, just absolutely shredding into those and losing copious amounts of water.
yeah. You wonder how much. Let's see if I can get an idea. Look at the rainfall totals. So you got your fives and your six, but you go on the other side of the mountain here. I mean, it's going to increase as the storm moves northwest, but it just shows you that how much influence these massive mountains have. You can actually see the outline of the mountain right there. It's just crazy. Again, it probably doesn't have the estimates because it can't get a beam up that far to estimate how hard the rain is coming down. So there's going to be rain up there. But the bottom line is we can give you an idea of what's going on over here. And we're talking a foot of rain now. We were talking about a foot in, what are we talking? Let's see here. Let's go back. Okay. So earlier today, we had an inch. And then that was 8:19 this morning, Eastern Standard Time. Eastern Daylight Time is now 7:45. So we got a foot of rain in 12 hours. There you go. 12 inches in 12 hours. Kyle, how does that add up to some of those other storms that you've seen? Inch and hours?
Oh man, that's
12 inches.
Yeah, that's up there.
Yeah. It's
A foot of rain. I would have to go look at the statistics on all the canes, but that is, I mean, I was wondering, like, and this is going to be a wild question. I don't even know how you could track this, but is like one ocean yield more rain than other one? You know, does the Gulf, cane in the Gulf have so much in a storm? Does an Atlantic, it's different.
Kyle, you're cutting it out pretty bad. I can. Oh, might have lost him. I was trying to figure out the question. I think it might have been like, would you have higher rainfall rates in the? No, I don't think that. Sorry, I'm just trying to get meteorologist Jennifer Mark. Yeah, no, yeah. The only thing I could think. Sorry, let me just get this back to the live.
Sorry, you guys, am I back?
Yeah, you're back.
No. Okay. Yeah, I asked a very errant question. We'll just keep it moving. But I was just wondering if there's more moisture.
Well, I do. I mean, it's an interesting question. I think that maybe if you have higher ocean heat content, you might have more evaporation. I don't know. I have to tell you, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think it was an airhead question. I just think it's a question that I definitely can't answer right now. It looks like the stream might have gone down. I bet you Jessica has the answer to that. Oh, no. I'm just having issues with the camera. My camera is I think that this camera might have stopped working for the tides. It looks like it's Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, so the word is that some of these cameras are starting to go out, possibly. Yeah, it looks like so. Here's another look at Hilo. This is I don't know where Hilo this is, but it almost looks calm, but you don't know what's going on the other side. And what's going on the other side is some pretty extreme flash flooding. Let's take a look at the airport information again. Guys, I'm probably gonna have to cut it out at 8 here. I don't know if we can get anybody else on. The so we have visibility of 3 miles. We have I mean we're still getting half an inch to an inch an hour, and heavy rain and winds actually do look like they're weakening a little bit, and that could be a sign of something. But I wouldn't say that anyone's out of the out of the clear yet anywhere in this area, especially with this rain. I mean, this is bad, guys. This is a really ridiculous. I can't even do the curve, but the size of this rain band here is, and it's just going to keep blowing through because it's gone so far. It's given a foot, and if you just look back here, how far back it goes. Now the storm will move northwest slowly. I think. Let me take a look at the latest update was on its motion. It is at 988, moving at 8 miles an hour. So again, it's not moving very fast, but it is. Yeah, I think the stream is. I think her stream cut. It is going to. You're going to get your 2 feet. Someone's going to be getting 2 feet in this area here, and it's going to be pretty bad. So let's see what else there can be. All right.
When is the peak of this? When is the peak?
The peak is technically around. That's 1 a.m. 1 a.m. Eastern, so in like 5 hours. Yeah. So yeah. So again, we still have our Category 1 hurricane, Hilo. It's now got a full, complete eye. We have rain bands coming through. It's going to be coming through for the next 5 to 8 hours at least. We have a foot of rain that has already fallen in these locations. There are road closures already. There are streams and creeks that are flooding. We have reports of at least close to 30,000 power outages. And I would say if you are in these locations, you need to really, really be careful because we're talking now feet of rain, and I am very concerned about this band coming in and going up against those mountains. I would say it is good. The only good news out of all this is that this is happening during the day right now. Now that's not going to be the story forever, especially for Maui. Maui's going to be getting probably its worst at dark, but it is light right now in the Big Island, and it looks like the worst will be happening during the light hours for them. But that doesn't mean you're not going to have issues at night. So we are going to keep looking at keep updating with information later. We're going to keep a radar loop. I think RJ can take care of that. I'm just going to exit some things real quick that are annoying me. Yep. And what was the last thing I wanted to say real quick? Rainfall totals, surge, wind, waves, flash flood, hurricane warning, and let me just see one last thing real quick. No hurricane warning there. Okay. I have completed my ability for now. Thanks everybody for listening, and I will try to come back later or tomorrow morning. I have to go drink a bottle of honey and take about 6 Advil, and then really. I mean, maybe I need a speech class. Maybe I need to start working on my on my vocal cords a little bit because it got pretty weak pretty quick.
It's just pure repetition. Once you get into next year, you know what I mean. This is the off season. Just keep preparing yourself.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, no, it's
he'll be
it's
up
good
there.
practice. This is good practice, and we have a lot of yeah, we got a lot of good stuff coming. All right, I'm gonna head out for a little bit.
Okay, I'll jump off as well, guys. Have a good one. We'll come back here in a little bit.
RJ, if I disconnect everything, that's okay. Okay, sounds good. All right, cool. Thanks a lot.
I guess.
For sound and
Okay.
picture. You're
Okay.
back.
All right. Hello everyone. So it is 3:00 local in Hawaii, and I am taking a look. It looks like there's more power outages. There are now outages on the western side of the Big Island, which there wasn't that many earlier when we were doing the previous live stream. The outages were primarily on the northeastern and southeastern sides of the island, but now there are outages starting to happen on the western side as well. It looks like, let me refresh this page. Around 32,000 people are out of power. That's 35% of the customers who don't have power now on the Big Island. In Maui, we've got 3,000 people who are without power, 4% of the I guess electricity coverage area. And then for Oahu, it specifically says Honolulu County. I'm not sure if there's only one county on Oahu. It says Honolulu County. And there's 8,000 people without power there now too. There was not any power outages earlier on Oahu, but now there are. So that's a little bit of a change. And it looks like when I'm looking at satellite, it looks like we've got, hang on. Let me go into satellite here real quick. It goes west. Let's look at. All right, so you can see that we actually do have the outer edges of this storm are now reaching Oahu, and so we're starting to get the power outages there now too. As this storm has moved northeastward since we were last on, it looks like what you could see, this storm has never really had visually on satellite, it's never really had a defined eye that you could see. It did appear on radar reflectivity. When you looked at the reflectivity loop, you could see, an eye-like feature where basically there's not any rain within that. Even though there were clouds, there wasn't any rain. But now, as it has been progressing on a northwestward, it seems like it's kind of starting to fall apart. It's not as well organized as it was. It was pretty circular, looking like what you would expect to see in the eye of a hurricane. And after we started to have those eddies and those mesovortices that were developing within the eye, now it's just kind of collapsing on itself a bit, which is mostly probably terrain induced. Otherwise, you wouldn't be seeing that if it wasn't running into these big mountains, most likely. If it was just proceeding over the ocean, it would have continued to strengthen. Probably.
Yeah, all the models agree with that. I think at this point, it's for its interaction with the Hawaiian Islands, it's at its max intensity or past its max intensity that the islands will have to deal with at this point.
And can they hear you, or only I can hear you?
No, they can hear me. I turned it on for you. That way it didn't sound like you were talking to yourself.
Okay, all right, good. Yeah, so and then there are 2 radar stations that we can look at on the Big Island. And actually I believe this one over here by Waimea, I think it actually covers Maui. I think, hang on. No, maybe not. Where is this radar coming from? Is that coming from over here?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah.
The beams.
So this gives you a view of what's happening on this side of the island, because when we're looking at the radar that is over, what radar is this? Let's see. When we look at this radar, you know, it's being cut off and we can see the center of the storm, but we can't see what's happening over here, and you all are being affected over here as well. So this way we can take a look at what's going on over on the northwestern side of the island. So we're looking at some rain bands over here as well. Rain that's starting to affect the island of Maui. If we look at rain totals over here, hang on, let me get my. So we're looking at totals right now of about almost 3/10 of an inch. Where are we? Helpilo? I don't know how to say that. I'm sorry. And Paulio. And then we've got over here on Maui, we're looking at over 2 inches now, 2 2/4 inches over on. Is this where the higher terrain area is over here on Maui? Do we have a terrain map?
I can pull one up. Let's see here. Just give me a second here.
I've got maps, but they don't give me terrain.
No, that's absolutely true. Yeah, that's absolutely where the higher terrain is. So-
Okay. All right. So it's the areas of higher terrain that are getting, but that makes sense because you've got this wind that's coming up, and when wind moves upward, upslope flow, it moistens, and you tend to get a lot of rain that will develop on that side of a mountain peak where you've got wind coming up and moving up on it. So we've that's a decent amount of rain for them too. And then there's some rain over here on this island. We've got 2.5 inches of rain so far. In the last, let's see. I think I have this at an hour for time. Let me look. 2 hours. So when did they start getting rain? I'm going to go ahead and take the 6 hours back. They've been getting rained on for a little bit. All right, I'm going to 12 hours now. All right, so for the better part of today, it's been raining on Maui as well. A little bit of rain for Oahu, and this is all picking up. Let me scroll out a little bit. This has all been picking up in the last 12 hours, and you guys are now starting to accumulate rain and power outages on these islands as well, where the story had predominantly been on the effects that we were having on the Big Island. Let's take a look at wind. We've got some pretty strong winds up here at the peaks. They're showing winds of 78 miles per hour, 80 miles per hour. And that has been, let's see. Oh, wait, hang on. I don't want to look at 12 hours for that. We're going to go back to a 2-hour window. So that's been increasing up here in the peaks. Winds have been increasing along with, let's see if I can get a rainfall. It cuts off, so I can't see what the rain's doing there from this radar. But also we can see the wind. We've got 60 to 80 mile per hour winds that have been hitting the northeast coastline on Maui. That's pretty significant, and I'm sure that's where the bulk of their power outages have been coming from. Oahu, it doesn't look like you've had too much in wind as of yet. It's starting to, I think you'll start seeing it pick up here. Now let's look at winds over here, because we still have the center of the storm down on the southeastern edge of the Big Island. So let's take a look at the wind here. We're looking at along the coastline. The southern tip is where the bulk of the wind is now. It was along this whole southeastern edge, but now it's really kind of tapered off to kind of just be focused on the southern tip over by Nalehu, Pahala, and you're looking at 70 to nearly 80. Did I see almost 80 at one point? Let's see, hang on. Yeah, even wow, 100. We've got potentially maybe 100-mile-per-hour gusts. I'm not sure if this is like radar artifact or something like that, but the stronger winds are right around here now, where it was along the whole coastline. This is, let's go live. This is live. These colors here, these indicate stronger winds. Lesser winds are here. The greens side this is wind blowing towards the radar site, and the red to orange to black, this is going away from radar. So you see that it's moving in this circular motion. And these are the stronger winds. Down in these colors, you're getting into stronger winds. And so we can see that these are heavier winds over here. This is also potentially because of the distance from the radar beam. It measures higher up where it's got faster winds, but this is definitely an uptick in wind speed from earlier. And Anthony was talking about, potentially with what the eye was looking like it was doing, and he was thinking of an eye wall replacement cycle and the increase that would occur in winds. And we are seeing, this uptick here. Winds were not that fast earlier, even at a distance from the radar site. This is definitely an increase. You can see if we go through and look even after the last couple of hours, that this is definitely increased. But
No, and certainly I have some cameras here that you can see just it's much windier than before.
Is it?
For sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And so let's look at the rainfall totals over here. We are looking at, this is dramatic. There has been a lot of rain, even since we were last on our live stream. We're looking at, on the north and eastern side of the Big Peak, we're looking on the main island. On the Hilo side, we're looking at 12 inches of rain. This is a large area. There was only a little bit of this blue area earlier on our live stream, and this is pretty significant now. You've got areas of even 13 inches. That's all running down and running off towards Hilo. So you do want to be careful. And isn't this about where that river was and where we were looking at that?
Yeah, I believe so. I
Camera?
believe so. Yep.
Okay, so that's probably got to be significantly increased too, or as well. So that's been pretty dramatic. That is a large area. Now, let me see. I'm still in settings. Let me go look at just 1 hour accumulation and see if it's been tapering off for them.
And while you're looking at that, I'm gonna put here on the stream. This is from the West Hapuna Beach Resort. It's a camera.
Okay.
Let's see if I can get that streaming here. And oops, I hit the wrong button there. And there we go. So you can see here the wind has really picked up, especially around the pool. Like this is their pool area. You can see wind just absolutely battering the resort now.
And it doesn't look like the rain is tapering off yet at all for any part of this side of the island. it just looks like it's going to continue accumulating rain totals. You guys are still being inundated pretty good. But all of you there on the ground know that. Let me take a look at
Bring up some of their cameras here.
satellite imagery again.
Jessica, how you doing?
Oh, hey, good. How are you?
I am good. It looks like you're holding down the fort, back from the beach with the kids. What do you think about this eye wall
Well,
or
you
this
know,
eye?
interesting. She's definitely strengthening. Or she's
Really?
trying to be organized. But the thing is that there's these mountains that are going to deal with the winds in a destructive way towards the storm's ability to continue to organize and strengthen. But you know, when I'm looking at the velocities, the wind speeds have picked up, and in the I want to say it's the eastern quadrant around the eye wall, where the winds are definitely increasing in strength. In fact, they've gotten up to around 80 and 90 miles per hour, which earlier they were not that strong. I've been watching this all day and I haven't seen winds that strong. And this is a, relatively new development.
Okay.
And when I'm looking at the infrared, or not, well, the sandwich imagery that I'm looking at, which is visual with infrared over it, you can see, it looks like maybe she's trying to form more of a clear eye that she didn't have visually before. Like you could see on the radar, it looks like she's got an eye. But as far as the hurricane goes, there wasn't any kind of a really clear and defined eye. It wasn't cleared out. There was clouds in there. There wasn't rain, but there were clouds. And it looks like that's starting to maybe try to clear out a little bit and actually form an eye. I was trying to look at the microwave imagery that they collect because that gives you an idea of what the eye is doing, but it's being it's behaving awfully odd right now, which is not normal for the site, and it's being very glitchy, so I can't actually get a good feel, but it does look like it is trying to form an eye.
I just mentioned that as well. Yeah, absolutely. I was just looking at that, so I'm glad that you
you?
mentioned it because it does look, especially on satellite, you can see it trying to clear out. So.
Yeah.
This is a camera from the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel. You can see here the wind really starting to pick up at the ocean and trees blowing around. So I'm just going to keep kind of layering cameras in here while you're discussing.
As we keep going, gotcha. You're still muted, right, RJ?
No, they can hear me now. I didn't want Jessica to hear talking by herself. So, but then I guess I can mute while I do stuff.
No, you don't have to. I appreciate you here. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if you were in producer mode or if you were helping Jessica here. But guys, I appreciate you letting me have that little quick break. It looks like, so it's safe to say we're in the apex of this hurricane right now. It's still obviously a hurricane.
Yeah, certainly.
Yes.
This is probably the strongest it will be. While it affects the Hawaiian Islands, there's a chance it could re-strengthen as it kind of curves off into the Pacific. But for Hawaii, this is probably the next few hours here will be the worst it will be. So.
Wow. I just posted the videos of all the flooding. All the videos that were sent in to us. I just did a edit of all of them together.
Not very nice.
For Hawaii?
Yeah, I just posted on the page. So that video is from Hawaii, from Rainbow Falls all the way to Hilo Park, and everything's just flooded, just mass amounts of water.
Yeah,
So,
sure. I was looking at the rainfall totals just since we were on before, and there's been such an increase. And I mean, it's just going to keep adding and adding and adding because the rain's actually not, it's not dying down yet by any means. It's just a steady stream of rain, so it's going to keep adding up. But the areas that were harder hit earlier are now up at, even 13 inches and headed down towards Hilo and also down towards those recreation areas on the eastern tip of the southeastern side of the island. So, that's a lot of water.
That is true. A lot of water.
Yeah,
Um,
and then there's
I-
actually a couple hot towers now developing in some of the outer bands. We actually have cloud tops, a couple areas of cloud tops up at 46,000 feet and 46,000 feet. A
That's-
couple of hot towers.
That's doubled in size
Yeah.
of what it was.
And then there's a couple
Really?
around the eye, actually, a couple little tiny areas at 42,000 feet, coming near the eye and in the outer bands where we did not have anything like that earlier on cloud top heights.
Mm. Do you think this is overperforming?
They thought that it was going to get to a category 1. So,
Yeah, but I mean, do you think what do you think? I mean,
I
at
mean-
this point, I realize that we're not done, but
no, when I was looking at all the dry air and the ocean heat content and the sea surface temperatures, I didn't expect this to do a lot. And but their models had it getting to a category 1 storm when, I would have anticipated with the amount of dry air that was around it and trying to come into it that it would have been destructive, although it was within favorable shear for a storm like this. Oh yeah, actually that reminds me, I wanted to take a look at what the shear was looking like around it. And so, when it's in favorable shear, it allows the storm to continue to organize, and it's only now going to be moving into areas. Wait, hang on. This is strange. What am I looking at? Hang on, I'm just okay. So it's in favorable shear. The water temperature is sufficient. As long as you have it over, you've got energy coming from the water that is sufficient to drive a storm and feed a storm like this. You've got shear that isn't going to tear it apart. It did have dry air, but you've got 2 out of the 3 things, and that dry air didn't seem to affect this storm. So I was a little surprised, is the point that I guess I'm getting at. I don't know that it overperformed because it doesn't seem to be a surprise to them. I think that the only time that I'd be willing to say that I was surprised is if it was wrong. They think that it's going to decrease to a tropical storm again, to tropical storm strength once it passes the Big Island. And so I guess at that point is when I'd be willing to consider it an overperformer.
so do you think if there's flooding in, say, Maui or Honolulu?
They're probably already flooding in Maui. I was looking at their rainfall totals because now they actually there's power outages in Maui that are increasing, and they actually have power outages in Oahu now where they did not
Dang.
They did not have power outages there before. And so we were looking at the rainfall totals over there, and they have, hang on, I'm going to pull it up again. For rainfall totals, they have already received about 2 inches in the higher elevation on Maui, in the areas of higher elevation. Oahu hasn't received as much. They've just been getting wind. So they are probably dealing with some amounts of high or strong water on Maui, at least in a couple areas.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Not like on the Big Island, but they probably are already experiencing something like that. And as this moves through, we just have to see what track it takes after it passes the island, how it interferes with the track, because when I was looking at some of the ensemble models, a couple of them have it. I mean, they're all mostly in agreement and it's fairly tight, but some of them have it actually going and making landfall. Some of them don't. Most of them don't. So we just have to see how it affects the storm's motion as it continues to interact with the island itself too. Before we really kind of get an idea of how much rain is going to end up on these other islands, as a result of their proximity to the center or heaviest rain areas of the storm.
You did an excellent job of explaining that. Really well done there. Okay. Well, I feel like my gut is telling me this is teetering on potentially overperforming, but the way you laid that out, that's a very systematic way of saying, hey, this is what it's got to do. So at this point, I mean, we've been in a life-threatening situation for the past 6 hours now, would you say?
I mean, certainly.
Yeah. What was the what's oh yeah, no, it's turn around, don't drown. That's what I said in that post too. Have we gotten any wind readings on any elevations or anything official yet, or do we know?
I don't have any official wind readings. Let me see. Hang on. Where can I hang on? They have I don't have any up at elevation. I have a wind reading for by Hilo. Let me refresh my page and see if this is the most updated information it'll give me. Hang on 1 second. That just took away all my windows.
That's a fancy setup you got
Hilo, there. They've got winds at 18 knots in Hilo with gusts of 26. So sustained at 18 knots, gusts of 26. And then we're looking at sustained 14 knot winds, which let me go to my calculator real quick and I can
That's like 16 and a half, right? Somewhere there, maybe 15.9.
I can't ever do that in my head.
All right, it's 1.1, right? Isn't it 1.1 miles an hour? 1.15. There we go. Yeah, knots is like the dumbest measurement because it's like literally, guys, you just went barely over a mile.
Right. 18 knots is 20 miles per hour. And let's see, 26 knots is almost 30 miles per hour.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, that's go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, but I don't have any up at elevation except for looking at velocities. I mean, if I look at velocities, I could tell you what I'm seeing there. And that would be these. Hang on. Let me go. I think I was looking at this radar site.
Gosh, if you could be at that radar tower during this hurricane. Oh my gosh. That would be the front row seat.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I'm just twitching. Over here. Once you experience raw laminar winds, where literally the harshest, highest winds with no earth to scrub it, when you go through that, it isn't. And what happens is you once you get used to that and you know what that feels like, just that intuition of being. And when you look at this on radar, it gives me just like goosebumps knowing what that thing is just screaming.
Like up on the peaks up here, we've got winds from velocity are showing winds at 43 miles per hour. Let me see if I look at the higher. Looking at the higher.
So it sounds like we're kind of dodging a bullet to this point. I mean, where were those 90-mile-an-hour winds clocked at that we were talking about earlier?
Oh, those are over. Hang on, let me show you. Those are in the velocities over here on the eastern side of the eye, so not even on land. This is
okay.
Yeah, that's over the water still.
Gotcha.
Although on the velocities, there was an area over here that shows 100 mile per hour velocity, but I don't know if this is like a radar artifact or there's kind of, I don't know if there's something weird going on here. Unless you've got like maybe winds that are coming. I don't know how to explain this area right here. We're right off of the radar site on its western edge. You've got this burst of like here the wind is, and it's, you know, mind you, it's just moving in a circular motion but in a line, right? Like it's not right. And here you've got 60 mile per hour winds and here you've got 73 and 100. So I'm not real sure unless there's like a canyon or some kind of terrain feature right there that it's funneling it through. If that could be it, I'm not real sure.
I'd have to
why it
look at a
makes such a
topography
jump.
map, but yeah,
Yeah.
clearly there's something going on right there.
Yeah. So I
Okay,
don't
well,
know.
I was just curious if we had.
But other than that, we've got this here on the eastern side of the eye wall that is definitely strengthening over here. These winds. I mean, it's in this right here. This is my satellite. And that's where those winds are right here.
Okay. So that's what's to come. I wonder what we're going to see in the next hour as those come around.
These over here are those hot towers that we've got that actually have jumped up to those cloud top heights of 47,000 feet.
Dang. So
yeah,
another
that
4,000
area with the
feet.
stronger wind is still only at like 31,000 feet now, 30,000 feet, 31, where it was 24. So it is starting to get some altitude.
I gotta say, it doesn't feel like the island's scrubbing this and knocking it down and doing what I thought it would. There would be a little bit.
It'd be much worse if it wasn't. Is the answer? This,
Oh yeah. I thought that. I honestly, in my mind, maybe it's the pessimist in a few storms I've been in, but I thought there'd be some falling apart as it hit, and I don't feel like it's done. I've seen canes come into Hurricane Nicole specifically, just literally fall apart, coming right into between Miami and Cape Canaveral, and it just was nothing by the time it got in the center of the state. So I was like, oh, I wonder if this one will have that same. No, not at all.
Well, and like if you watch the eye, like what would be, on the reflectivity, you can see the center of the storm. And that has started to kind of like elongate. It was pretty circular. And then we started to see, which oftentimes when you have a really circular eye, it will only stay like that for so long. And then you start to get those mesovortices inside. It really kind of always happens with those at some point. They don't stay perfectly circular for a very long time. They get those mesovortices, but that doesn't usually lead to this elongating like this. That's definitely an effect from the terrain.
Yeah, so for sure.
How this continues. Because
do you guys remember Milton? Were you guys looking at radar with Milton that night?
Yeah, of course.
Do you remember when Milton did that weird oblong? I've never seen that until the Lala and Milton are the only ones I've ever seen that have oblonged like that at landfall. Usually they'll stay more circular. Like Ida was like that. Ian, Helene for sure. What am I thinking? Idalia and definitely Laura. They kept a certain roundness, but both Milton and Lala they kind of get that flat tire effect. I wonder obviously it's the terrain in this one, but I wonder. Is there a term for that when the eye starts doing that?
I don't know that there is. Let's see. Okay, we have a 3 p.m. Hawaii Standard Time update. Let me take a look and see.
I don't think there's a term for it. I mean, it is a sign of a storm that's beginning to weaken or become disorganized. Usually with landfall interaction is when they start to kind of have a weird irregular eye. So
let's see.
It also can be like interactions with like high upper level shear. I mean, not in this case, but in other storms you've seen it. Upper level shear can do that to their eyes as well. So
Hey, once again, great job guys on the coverage tonight. Really you guys stepped it up tonight, RJ, being in the control center all night. I know you're on like hour 5. Everybody else has had breaks and ins and outs, and Jessica, great effort tonight. Yeah.
To be fair, I walked away like for the last half hour of the break we took or whatever.
Oh, did you? Okay.
You've been looking at it. I was like, no, I had to get up out of this chair. So.
Yeah, you have. No, I'm glad you guys. When we did Helene, I mean I think that was 9 hours straight. We did that one. Yeah, I think it started. Landfall was like at around 5 or 6 p.m. and it was I think actually we're closer to 12 hours. I think we finally killed the live stream when the sun was coming up after we were trying to get in on the rescue in Cedar Keys. So this is a good Anthony got his his first indoctrination into a hurricane. We got 2 good hours out of him, 3 good hours out of him, and his poor voice He's doing a honey drench right now.
This is his third day in a row, right?
Yeah, I know. I mean, to be fair, he's been 3 days in a row.
Yeah.
He's been burning the oil on all the sides. So yeah, this is it's a good precursor. I hope we don't get any canes this year. But you just know at some point it's happening. I didn't know. Did you guys know that we had a 5-year period? Is it 3 or 5 year period that was? I said this the other day in the 90s that there was no U.S. land-based hurricanes. I think it was 3 years.
I remember you
From-
mentioning that.
Yeah, I wonder if RJ doesn't seem to think we're going to get anything this year, and it's starting to look that way.
That's because it's the craziest El Nino I've ever seen in my life. Like it's so there's pockets where it's the sea state is 10 degrees over historical averages for the El Nino. So I mean that's a horrific nightmare.
That is wild. RJ, do you think there'll be more in Dixie this year? It feels like the El Nino years that we had light hurricanes, we had just crazy Dixie outbreaks.
It's hard to say. I mean, that is, I don't know. El Nino is so many interconnects with El Nino that in so many different ways that it plays with weather systems, but it certainly would lean that way. I think it does. El Ninos do tend to lead to more Dixie outbreaks. So
yeah, you think you're going to be able to get a run in Dixie at all this fall or winter?
yeah, I mean, I'll go.
You would? You would meet us.
Yeah, I could go. The interceptor drone won't be ready till next year, but if it's this fall, I can go. So we can use the normal. You can use the normal drones if we don't break them.
I think that would be a good run. We'll go do it. We'll pick a Dixie outbreak when we'll see how this fall. But it's weird in the fall, but I mean they do get them, and when they get them, they're usually for a day or two, maybe 3. A lot of times they'll start off almost exactly where Jessica is, and you'll get a 3-day run and go from literally central Texas all the way along the Gulf, all the way out to the Carolinas, and chase it for. Courtney and I, we must have done that. I mean, I'm not trying to exaggerate. What would you say, Court? 25, 35 times? I mean, if you took up those 3 years, 7, 8, 9, 10 times a year, we would, yeah, it got to a point where it was my home away from home. And there's just something rewarding about that. Anyways, I know I'm deviating. We'll get back to the cane here, but
that's fine.
Yeah, again, guys, great. This is it's a good precursor because as we continue and start opening up, the throttle on our page and our capabilities here, we're getting a good dry run. This one will be a memorable one because this is kind of kicked off our first precursor into covering canes on a forecasting side. I got to say, Crystal Adcock, shout out to Crystal in Hawaii. She's been doing her best to keep up and getting us footage in. So it's did you guys see have you taken a peek at what I posted?
In Discord, or I mean I saw the videos got posted in Discord, but I haven't seen anything outside of that.
I'll send it in Discord right now.
Okay, so there was a 3 p.m. Hawaii Standard Time update from the National Hurricane Center. Maximum sustained winds are now at 65 knots or 75 miles per hour. Minimum central pressure on the storm is 988. I don't recall what it was at before. I don't know if that's a pressure drop or not. The movement is still northwest at 7 knots or 8 miles per hour. So the storm has not really picked up any forward motion speed, though it is picked up on wind speed. And then I just want to take a look at, I've actually got to leave here in about 15 minutes and go take my father home. So I wanted to just run through this stuff real quick before I have to go.
Sure.
This is still the 11 a.m. Forecast discussion statement. So that's not updated. So it looks like this must be the updated information. There's a public advisory. Let me take a look at that. 14A. What time is this from? 2 p.m. Lala continues northwestward as it interacts with the Big Island terrain. Damaging winds will persist across portions of the Big Island into tonight and spread westward across the smaller islands through Sunday. The summary of the 2 p.m. information gives its location about 50 miles per hour or 80, oh, sorry, no, not 50 miles per hour, 50 miles or 80 kilometers south of South Point, Hawaii. And I'm assuming this is the storm's center. 250 miles or 405 kilometers southeast of Honolulu, Hawaii. Maximum sustained winds 75 miles per hour or 120 kilometers per hour. Present movement is northwest at 8 miles per hour. Minimum central pressure 988, as I said earlier with that one. Let me see if there's anything new.
These videos all from Crystal Adcock. Yeah,
At 2 p.m., the eye of the hurricane was located near latitude 18.3 north, longitude 155.7 west. She's moving toward the northwest at 8 miles per hour. Some erratic motion remains possible into tonight while Lala interacts with the Big Island of Hawaii. After passing the Big Island, Lala is expected to turn westward on Sunday with an increase in forward speed as the core of the storm remains south of the smaller main Hawaiian islands and the easternmost northwest Hawaiian islands through early part of next week. Maximum sustained winds are near 75 miles per hour with higher gusts. Intensity is forecast to remain steady over the next several hours as Lala remains near South Point of the Big Island. Thereafter, significant weakening is expected tonight into Sunday as Lala passes south of the smaller main Hawaiian islands. Some re-strengthening is possible early next week. I would presume that's not going to affect the islands, but it's just in general in regards to the storm.
yeah. Oh no, the models all show that well offshore, so that's something they shouldn't have to worry about.
Right. Okay. Hurricane force winds extend outward up to 35 miles from the center, and tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 175 miles from the storm center. Let's see. For key messages for hazards, we have wind, rain, storm surge, and I will go through those, and surf. Okay. Wind, hurricane conditions will persist on the Big Island of Hawaii into tonight, with the strongest winds expecting in areas of higher terrain. Tropical storm conditions will continue to spread westward across portions of the smaller islands from Maui County and Oahu later today through tonight, then to Kauai County on Sunday. Wind speeds atop mountains and on windward and leeward slopes are often up to 30% stronger than the near surface winds indicated in this advisory, and in some elevated locations could be even greater. In regard to rainfall, Lala is expected to produce rainfall totals of 10 to 20 inches across the Big Island, with maximum totals of 25 inches possible. Rainfall of up to 8 to 12 inches is expected across eastern Maui, with totals of 4 to 6 inches and maximum amounts of 8 inches across western Maui and the remainder of the island chain. This rainfall will produce life-threatening flooding and mudslides, especially in areas of steep terrain. For a complete description of forecast rainfall totals with Lala, please see the National Weather Service storm total rainfall graphic available at the hurricanes.gov/graphics page. For a list of rainfall observations and wind reports, we'll just skip over that. Storm surge. The combination of a dangerous storm surge and tide will cause normally dry areas near the coast to be flooded by rising waters moving inland from the shoreline. And don't forget that high tide is about 5:45, so in 2 hours. Peak high tide is in about 2 hours. Let's see. The water could reach the following heights above ground somewhere in the indicated areas if peak surge occurs at the time of high tide. Hawaii 1 to 3 feet. So they still are expecting 1 to 3 feet of storm surge, which is what they were anticipating even in the earlier projections today and yesterday. The deepest water will occur along the immediate coast, where the surge will be accompanied by large and dangerous waves. Surge-related flooding depends on the relative timing of the surge and the tidal cycle, and can vary greatly over short distances. For information specific to your area, please see products issued by your local National Weather Service forecast office. So don't forget to pay attention to your local National Weather Service offices for information that pertains to your direct areas. And surf swells generated by Lala will continue to build throughout the weekend. Swells will also build along exposed southern shores as Lala passes south of the islands. These swells are likely to cause life-threatening surf and rip current conditions. Please consult products from your local weather office. The next advisory will be at 5 p.m. Hawaiian Standard Time.
So that'll be 11 p.m. Eastern. So
Yes.
Okay.
And so let's go back to looking at, this is the radar from the north end of the island. And so we can see that, you know, we've got, oh, when I was looking at rain over here, there is an area on this radar indicates rainfall on this side of the peak in Maui of over coming up towards 6 inches in some areas, 5.48 inches. That's going to keep increasing as you guys keep getting rain. So you definitely want to watch out for those rainfall totals over there. And then the largest rainfall story on the Big Island is from this large peak here. It's north and eastern sides, which I will go back to this radar so that we can take a look at it. But, you know, basically the rainfall is just very dramatic over here on the northeastern side of the island. And you can't stress enough the danger that this water threat presents to you all. I know that the wind is strong and that's destructive too, but this rain and that water coming off those slopes is going to be, I think, the big story.
Well, I think that pretty much in a nutshell says exactly what you're saying. You know, this is we're seeing the culmination of it now. Great insight there, Jessica. Thank you.
Yeah,
I agree. And Dean just sent a message saying that the Beluga River lower gauge now at 32,900 cubic feet per second. So that's a
32,000 cubic feet
per second.
what is
Yeah,
that?
almost
Per
33,000. Yeah, so that's
33,000.
a lot of water.
yeah.
That's just got to be. I mean, I wonder if that's literally a football field tilted up on its side per second of water. I wonder if that's
Right.
You know what I mean? I'm trying to
I
think
do
of
know what
like,
you mean.
yeah, I mean, trim it down to if it's not, or if it's bigger, you know, go up. But I wonder if that would give perspective. What I mean, that's just.
I'm sure that's a
insane amount of-
calculation that we could figure out how to do later on.
I knew it. I posed it. I asked the right
Hold on,
question,
we're
not knowing it.
We're
Now,
gonna do some math here. Hold on.
yeah, you
Well,
brainiacs are going to attack
there
that.
have been flood events in the Austin area where we've
Mhm.
had 1 million cubic feet per second coming through on
That's
certain areas
insane.
of water. No, it's absolutely mind-boggling. And so
Yeah.
I'm often I think about that a lot because, you know, you try to put in perspective. If you think about a block, a foot, you know, a cubic foot, think about that. It's 1 foot by 1 foot by 1 foot. It's a cube of that's 1 foot in all directions, right? And think about 30,000 of those at every second passing by any given point. That's a lot. You know, I mean, just wrapping your head around the power and the volume is I think it's hard to put it into your imagination in the manner that it should be. I don't know.
Well, an American football field is 57,600 square feet, so we're not quite there yet, but we can get there. I think maybe as the storm.
Gosh, think about that. Think about that. If you literally had that much water going through an entire football field every second.
When you get to 56,000 cubic feet, you know that as long as it's a foot thick football field, that's what you've got going through.
Right. Exactly.
That's insane. Now, so to put that in perspective, though, when you have 1 million in Austin,
Oh no, yes, it's crazy.
That's
I got
how
some
many
more fun facts for flood. So at 32,900 cubic feet per second is nearly 15 million gallons of water flowing by every minute, which is enough to
Wow.
fill 22 Olympic-sized swimming pools. So
Every minute.
every minute.
Every minute.
Every
That's a
minute.
lot.
Every
That's a
minute
lot of
there's
water. That's a lot of power.
that's insane, guys. I mean, that's you know what? As we go forward, we're gonna start honing in on these and start keeping. I'd love to kind of keep a little bit of a tally on, you know. Well, I don't remember any of Helene. It's such a blur to me at the time. Every number they spit out was just insane. I mean, there was just people that had never seen the water go over their ankles in any creek. All of a sudden, you know, they were just massive rivers that didn't even exist. So I wonder if Hawaii's like at what level is that? You know, probably not going to. You know, it's probably not a good comparison, but it's like where is start keeping an idea. You know, this event did this, like your flash floods out there in Texas. You know, where do those right kind of give a rankings?
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Does somebody want to take over the stream, or do you want me to leave my screen up? I've got to go take my dad home.
No, you're good. Let me swap to the radar picture just for now while we figure out, and then I mean we can talk a little bit and then figure out what we want to do. But thank you for hopping on.
Yeah.
Jessica, have a good evening. Are you done for the night?
Probably so. I've got to get I've got to get I've got to get human beings ready for the.
I got to get humans ready.
Yes, I got to go get humans ready. I got to go get my kids ready so that in the morning we're good for church. And then
okay.
So I probably will be done for the night. But if you guys need me, you can text me or call me. So just let me know.
No, we'll go ahead. We'll carry on. You put in a very great effort, and I appreciate it again. And have a good evening. And we will chat in the next meeting and go from there.
Sounds good.
All right. Thank you so much.
Well,
So
I
that's
hope everybody
Jessica.
is good in Hawaii. You guys take care and be safe, please, and know that we're thinking about you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jessica Brown. Everybody, she's put in a great effort tonight. RJ, how are you feeling, sir?
Matt slammed a Red Bull like an hour ago, so
Yeah, you're
was
Red
ready to
Bulled
rock.
up.
Ready for
Yeah.
tornado tacklers after dark, where I get to talk now. And oh no.
Yeah. We love it. I see what you mean. I see what you did there. Is Dean with us, or did he check out? Just leave his monitor.
No, he's
on?
here. He's the one giving me these fun water facts where we'll measure anything, but it's the metric system. So,
oh, nice.
Oh, no,
Beyond,
some
so
kind of Mortal Kombat happening
right now.
Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious. Are we off the OBS now that she's gone?
No, we're still very live. I mean, I can start it off right now.
No. I didn't know if because I don't have the radar screen up. That went away.
The stream should have the radar screen. Oh yeah, she doesn't have one. If you're looking at one in Discord, it's gone. I have to get if I'm gonna do it, I have to get my stuff ready because all I have is stuff for OBS instead. So
no, it's all good. I'm still so naive to.
The stream is running his built-in radar that's now, so that's running that. So I can swap to between forecasters or whatever. So, what's it doing?
Are you guys
hear me, or does it sound like I'm in the state?
No, we hear you.
No, you sound good.
Okay.
Are you guys MMA fans?
Yeah,
yes.
I mean,
I'm not. I do it, but I could care less about watching it.
Oh wow, you actually practice the art?
Yeah, just
but don't follow it.
Yeah.
Really? That's impressive actually.
I can care less.
Most people
I just do it to do it.
Yeah, most people fanboy out on it and then kind of do. Yeah, you're the opposite. Edson Barbosa just retired in the cage. I just had an alert on it, but
yeah.
But if you guys don't, you don't follow. It's not a big deal. We'll keep it back to weather. Every now and again, we'll bring in sports or usually football.
Well, he was pretty emotional, and to keep it short, some people don't cry beautifully, and he may should have saved that for the locker room.
Oh yeah, it is looking. I only got I got a picture of it, and it is looking a little somber. Yeah, that's a tough one.
Oh Lord.
So yeah, this hurricane. I love that Jessica is very all about facts and figures, and you got to be at the stage of life she is with it, with her education on it. I, however, I just go off feel on a lot of things, and it feels like it's teetering on perhaps overperforming from where a lot of folks thought it would be.
I know. I still don't think so. I mean, honestly, I think that like, I mean,
Have we been able to gather any data on storm surge on the very southern end of the island? Because I have noticed on
no, do we have
velocity it's
a?
starting to
If we've got a
pile up pretty
website, we
good.
can go to look at that. I can.
Okay.
We can get.
I can just
basically
tell
set
on
up
the
here.
radar on velocity the wind is really starting to pack in there.
Let's see. Let's see here if we can get.
I'm assuming that's the,
reports.
okay, the eye wall, I guess. But I guess it hasn't officially made landfall, huh?
It's not going to. It's
Yeah,
I think it's.
I see it now.
It'll like move.
I'm just hoping this thing doesn't
All right.
bolt north and just drag it back across the island.
I mean, I guess it could, but the series of events required for it to do so, like stranger things have happened. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Not really, then, you know what I mean? But like, maybe. This is a bunch of work now because I have to.
I have a very northerly track to it, though. If you're just watching the eye.
I mean, it's certainly possible.
But again, it's that split radar thing. That's got to be so hard to be a meteorologist there.
Oh, 100%. You know.
Can I say something to you guys? It's kind of funny.
Sure.
No.
Remember when we started talking? Yeah, no talking.
How dare you?
Remember when we started talking about this concept, and Jessica was like, "Just hey, I'm going to do what I can, but I don't really want to be the focus, and I don't want to be." She did phenomenal tonight for somebody that was worried about carrying. You know what I mean? About being the focal point and carrying a stream. You wouldn't have known that was her fear.
I just can't carry a schedule. My life is so chaotic.
Oh, it's so tough. It's so tough, man. That's why doing it like this, the team way, like, hey, you guys take Monday, Tuesday, whatever method we come up with in the end. But I love that she just totally conquered her fear of being in front of a live audience like it was nothing. And I don't even think she realized she did it, to be honest with you.
I think she just hopped in there and was like, "I'm doing it."
Yeah,
like, awesome.
Yeah, it's almost like riding a bike. You won't fall if you don't know you're gonna fall. You know what I mean? If you just like all of a sudden, we all had to go at some point, and she was the last one standing. So, sorry, my son he's beat Fortnite, some level of Fortnite. He has no quiet bone in his body. So
I was on the screen. Somebody got.
Oh, I thought you were and me the volume because
we got knocked out.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
No.
Cooked. That's what the kids say.
Oh, they do. I hear that one all the time. Yeah, he's been on a Fortnite kick.
Stop it right now before we. All right. There we go. Okay. Sorry, I have the things I have to do to like make it work for me because of my nonsense happening over here. Like it's much harder.
My nonsense. My nonsense.
Like I would tell you, in that computers weren't. The system we've designed here wasn't quite designed for the resolutions.
So this may sound like a stupid question. When it comes to Hawaii, the Storm Prediction Center has no want to do it, or is it just how that was set up, or just not local enough for them? I guess.
What are you talking about?
So the Storm Prediction Center doesn't have anything to do with Hawaii, right?
Does it not?
I mean, I think they do.
Okay.
Yes, I think that doesn't sound incorrect.
I just figured a generic 2% tornado would kind of encompass.
I don't think they do tornado threats. I mean,
On the outlooks, it doesn't. When you look at the Storm Prediction Center outlooks, convective, they don't cover Hawaii or Alaska.
Oh, really?
Mm-mm. Let me go look for an official answer before I yap my mouth.
Yeah, so you can see here on the as the sun's kind of, we're talking about how it started to kind of clear out an eye, how it didn't have before. You can see kind of it starting to clear out right in the middle here on visible satellite. But it kind of seems as the more it interacts with the island, the more it stopped doing that. So this is the weakening that they're talking about as it interacts with the system.
Okay, so that's happening now.
Yeah.
Okay, so the SPC does they only cover the 48. They do not cover Alaska and Hawaii.
This is an
Oh, wow. Yeah, where is the outrage? And as a Alaskan citizen, where are you on this? Where are you feeling? Let's talk about this.
That's okay. That's why we always use Canadian. That's how I use the Canadian models to win that weather challenge for Juno.
Oh, really? Oh, you just secret weapon.
They all got real salty with me afterward. They were like, "Well, how are you so much better than us?" And I was just like, "Yeah, I just used the ones from Canada." And they were like, "We didn't even think about Canadian models. You really kept that to yourself." I was like, "Yeah, I'm just trying to win." So
trying to win,
doing what I got to do, bro.
Yeah. I'm trying to win. I'm a winner.
All I do is win.
All I do is win.
Except for all those times I definitely did not. So you can see here on halves A and halves B, basically, as the storm passes and interacts with the island, it will weaken and continue to weaken as it passes the Hawaiian Islands. And then later on in the week, as it gets back into the open, warm Pacific, it will start to re-strengthen. But we're kind of in the peak hours right now for what to expect for interaction with Hawaii. It'll only weaken out from here. Just again, because it's being sheared so bad by the island.
Are you guys buying the restrength, or do you think it fizzles?
Ooh,
like
RJ.
Next week, you mean? Like out in the ocean?
Yeah.
Wait, what are they saying? It's going to start. It's going to repop.
There's nothing around it.
You can even see here on like halves A and halves B how it gets, as soon as it gets away from Hawaii, it starts to kind of turn back up.
Interesting. Where's it going to go next?
Out into the ocean to die. I mean, basically.
Oh, okay. It's not going to Japan or.
The Pacific is warm, but it's not. It's
not that warm.
A cold ocean. Yeah.
This ain't Africa sending a wave off the old Sahara.
Right. I mean, to be fair, the Pacific Ocean is rocket hot right now,
Right.
So we were talking about that earlier.
What is the Gulf right now? I sorry to cut in, but tonight when we went out there, it was incredibly warm. It's the warmest I've ever felt the Gulf.
Hot.
Yeah, it did. It felt. I'm going to be honest with you. I was like, I even turned to Courtney and I was like, this is hot water. Like this is. I don't know how fish got to be getting hot. Is all I'm saying. Fish needs some cold water.
Bigger region here. North Atlantic. Yeah. I mean, let's see here. Yeah, 30, 31 C. So,
it felt like it was cooking. Felt like it was cooking Gulf water.
Yeah,
I probably got some microbial flesh eating.
Yeah, it's just a cool and normal 86 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's what the temperature of the ocean should be, right? Like, yeah,
right. I mean, 86 degrees ocean. That's crazy.
Which is why if anything does get out into that water, if it can get in there, it's going to be hard for us to stop it, right? I mean, this is kind of how Milton became. I mean, Milton at one point hit the theoretical max limit for how strong a hurricane could get in that basin, just from like the fact that the water was that hot and the conditions were so favorable. So
that was nuts.
Like mathematically, could not be any stronger really than it was.
And then somehow it checked up right before landfall. Thank goodness. I don't know if I'd be living, because I live at ground zero where it came through.
Oh no, it certainly would have absolutely been horribly devastating.
This whole area would be. Florida does a good job of rebuilding. Easily by far the best of all the Gulf states of rebuilding. But that one, like you're saying, at max capacity, that would have taken some time. I mean, it would have wiped Louisiana off the map. Those poor people have the hardest time rebuilding. So thank goodness that cane checked up. You guys been to Louisiana?
My wife's
New
from there.
Orleans. Yeah,
New Orleans?
I love
Okay.
Asian food, so I spent a long time eating through New Orleans, basically.
Is that your thing? You just.
My wife's from there, so we go there a lot.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Like grew up there?
Yep.
Oh, wow. Where'd y'all meet at?
In South Carolina.
Gotcha. You're both from, you're from Arkansas, correct?
No, none of us are. Her parents lived here.
Oh, gotcha.
And
That's
what
all right.
drove it.
Everyone's transplants. RJ's from Alaska. I'm from Oregon. So you could argue with Washington, but nonetheless. Well, what do you guys think? I mean, if we're on the downside of this, you feel like we've hit as far as we can get on this cane?
I don't think we're on the. I mean, we're not on the downside quite yet, but we are. It's not going to make landfall. So if we're trying to be the ones to say this is where it made landfall and where, I mean, it's not going to be.
Right, we're not staking our hat on that one, are we?
No, we can't really, So
I got a little bit left here in the tank for me. I got to put kids to bed here soon. I got self-admittedly, I'm working tomorrow and I'm running out of gas. But I at least want to say that we saw this to a certain point. So I don't know how much longer you guys got. I'll hand it off to you guys. If you want me to summons any of the folks from the team to spell you guys, certainly let me know and I can go pass it along.
I mean, I don't know that this is the hurricane to lose sleep over. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
Right. That's kind of what I was wondering. It feels like.
If that's what you were trying to ask me, it's
yeah, I mean, essentially.
I mean, not really. I mean, I think it was a good one for us to get our feet wet in.
Yeah, it was certainly a great one to get the juices going and find out where we're at, what we need to work on. And, like Jessica pointed out, RJ or Anthony went 3 days in a row on emergency lives. So he's going to have that one in the file bank now that he'll know that on the days leading up to a cane, don't empty the energy bar. Certainly it's getting back in the routine for myself. RJ, you were the VIP or the MVP of this one, my friend. Great job keeping the wheels turning. Jessica as well. Dean, thank you. You put your timing on getting the facts in there and looking at research on the fly. You never cease to amaze me, sir, at how well you are keeping up with this. Kevin isn't here, but he did a great job. I feel like Zach, I didn't even know he covered the morning shift, guys. That totally escaped me. So I feel bad.
He was on, and Anthony asked him talking to him for a while, kind of about flooding and thoughts on flooding. So,
well, the youngsters always love to contribute when they can. They got to pick their spots, but that's awesome. He was able to. So, no, just a great team effort. And we got footage out there from folks that were Crystal Adcock did a great job of taking a run around.
I'm sure that gets posted to our YouTube as well. To YouTube Shorts.
Oh yeah, you're right. You know what? I'll work on that right now. Okay. I'll get that out. Guys, have a good evening. Great job. And I'll see you guys soon.
All righty.
All right. Bye-bye now.
Stop the stream.